You are live.
I'd like to call this meeting to order. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance and a moment of silence. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. We have roll call, please.
Commissioner Robbins?
Here.
Commissioner Rushton?
Present.
Chairman Bunnick?
Here.
Commissioner Wessel?
Here.
Commissioner Solis Little?
Here.
Commissioner Alguier?
Here.
Commissioner Launer?
Present.
All present.
Thank you. I'll now bring us to approval of agenda. Don't have any late additions or deletions. Mr. Rushton?
I would like this board to consider moving number 4 up to number 2.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I was going to ask if we could move number 3 up to number 1. Same reason probably. People have other obligations and commitments.
And challenges, Mrs. Gall has to leave early, that's why she's number 2 on the agenda. No matter how we do it, people have conflicts.
So maybe we leave it as it is.
Number 3, charter presentation, that is discussion only?
Yes.
Okay, so we'll mark that as discussion.
I need a motion to approve the agenda as presented.
I'll move to approve the agenda as presented.
Support. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, the same sign. Motion passes 7-0. We have an agenda now. So then that brings us to public comment. And at this time, you're allowed 5 minutes per person. If there are multiple people, a person could be given a little bit more time. But when it comes to the 5 minutes, you will have to stop. I will ask you probably 15 seconds before to summarize. So please, anyone who wants to just come, raise your hand or come forward at this time for public comment. Please come forward. State your name and
Ed Martin.
there's a microphone here so people can hear you. So you can sit at the table or stand.
Okay. Right here?
Yes.
Yeah, I believe most of the people here are here in connection with the
Yeah, you need to tell who you are, where you're from.
Ed Martin. I live on the west shore of South Lake Leelanau. And is the gentleman that is in charge of taking care of the lake as far as the milfoil goes, is he here? There's a guy.
Yes.
Right here.
Yes.
I think that's me. You. I met you yesterday, last year.
So please, sir,
I remember that.
you need to
Okay.
address the
Yeah.
public comment is for the commission.
Okay. Okay, I have question 4.
Yeah, but it's not a time for questioning. It's just for you to make public comment.
Okay, my public comment on the matter is this, that I bought a boat on Lake, for my place on Lake Leelanau, brand new. I put it in the lake, I put it in the lift, I use it, I take it out of the lake, I put it away for the fall. All the people that are on my lake shore have pontoon boats or regular boats. They put it in the lake, they use it there, they take it out and store it. Those boats never go anywhere else. Now I was down at Shemansky's getting donuts, and there's the boat launch from Sutton's Bay. I knew 5 of the guys that were launched their boats down there perch fishing in Sutton's Bay. I know they go to Little Traverse, they go to our lake in the fall for perch. I also noticed that on the county boat launch, there was a pontoon boat going in. I thought it was a new one from someone who lived on the lake, and he said, no, he was a rental. And he launched his boat And I talked to the young guy for a while, and they said that, well, he had just come from Big Glen Lake. And so I noticed on our lake a lot of ski-doo rentals. Now, the lakeshore owners cannot introduce invasive species into that lake because we never use the boat anywhere else. The transient fishermen, the rental people, all launch boats in multiple lakes, Grand Traverse Bay to Northport and all the inland lakes, and they use our lake. So you have 4 organizations, the lakeshore owners, and these rental people and transient fishermen that have introduced these invasive species into our lake. But the lakeshore owners who never did are the ones that are going to be paying. I'm all for it. I believe we have to take care of our lake. But I think these other groups also need to do their share. I propose a $50 annual permit for non-residents of the lake to launch their boats. That's all I have to say.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else, please come forward.
My name is Linda Key and I live in Cedar. And I wrote a little statement here, so I'm just going to read that so I can remember what I want to say. While I strongly support action taken to protect Lake Leelanau, I have concerns about the proposal to develop a Lake Leelanau Preservation Board. My understanding is that this board would be empowered to collect funding exclusively from Lake Leelanau waterfront property owners to address challenges facing Lake Leelanau, among them being the Eurasian water milfoil. Lake Leelanau waterfront owners constitute about 6% of the population of Leelanau County. Yet the health of Leelanau County benefits the entire community through tourism, property values, and quality of life. We as a community, including restaurants, bars, lodging establishments, retail establishments, non-lakefront owners, sportsmen, boaters, and all who enjoy Lake Leelanau should work together as a community to protect this amazing lake. Why is it that state and local government funds are not available to assist the effort to protect Lake Leelanau? I would like to repeat that I am fully in favor of supporting the protection of Lake Leelanau and taking action to address the Eurasian water milfoil. However, I cannot wrap my head around the idea that it's justifiable to charge 100% of the cost of the health of this lake to 6% of the population. Lake Leelanau is an amazing and beautiful natural resource. Isn't it possible for the community, the Lake Association, and our local government to work together in this effort to protect Lake Leelanau? We are in a position to do the right thing, which is to share the cost of protecting Lake Leelanau as a community, rather than forcing these expenses on a small minority of individuals. Thanks so much.
Thank you. You have someone on the phone here?
Yeah, ma'am. Go ahead.
Okay, good morning. My name is Sarah Bordeaux. I reside in Centerville Township and I'm a lakefront property owner. I would like to make my comment in person today, however, I take care for a 6 family member. Everyone agrees that milfoil remediation in Lake Leelanau is essential, but how to achieve this goal is not so clear. Lake Leelanau Lakefront Association sought to create a lake preservation board to assist passage of the resolution request, unbeknownst to riparians and many Lake Association members. The Lake Association presents the Lake Board as the only option to fund milfoil remediation. This is simply not true. The association claims there are over 100 lake boards in Michigan, and they work well. How many of these boards have been created for private inland lakes where property owners aren't financing the public use? And are the boards working well for the property owners who finance projects or for lake boards who have unchecked spending and power? What evidence has the Lake Association provided to demonstrate they have pursued other methods of funding? Have they applied for grants which are available from the state of Michigan? Other lakes have been grant recipients. Have they applied to charities or foundations who have also assisted in milfoil remediation? Multiple applications to secure grants may be necessary. Has research been conducted concerning the possibility of utilizing ARPA monies to fund infrastructure such as wash stations at launch sites, or a partnership with the DNR to install wash stations at state sites? Perhaps the launch fee could be charged at the township site so all voters contribute to milfoil remediation. The law that provides for the establishment and operation of a lake board has serious flaws and consequences. This poor piece of legislation leaves lakefront property owners, who comprise 6% of county residents, at the mercy of a lake board with unlimited and unchecked power. They cannot vote out board members, vote on the projects to be pursued, or expenditures. Their only role is to finance the lake board's agenda. The lake board is under no legal obligation to pursue projects in a cost-effective manner. They're not legally bound to choose competitive bids for projects and are entitled to assess 15% above projected costs to cover contingencies. The Lake Association claims the lake board will have a narrow scope. This is not true. They have publicly built the board as a means to remediate milfoil without highlighting the other topics they tend to address. The association has presented a 6-page rationale letter to the Board of Commissioners, revealing an agenda that exceeds milfoil remediation. The Lake Board will be legally entitled to pursue any project even loosely connected with aquatic invasive species. A few of these projects identified by the Lake Association include milfoil remediation, zebra mussels, swimmer's ditch, phragmites, water quality education for lakefront property owners, preserving wetlands, and preserving and increasing natural shorelines. The Lake Association states that the Lake Board will solve all these challenges. The Lake Association and Lake Board are supposed to be two separate entities. However, the association wants to handpick Lake Board members. They state that the Lake Association will suggest the names of potential lake members to each township board for their consideration. These appointed members do not have term limits. Only the lone riparian does. They also state in the document that they will not hesitate to make sure the lake board best serves the community's interests. Lakefront property owners will finance the lake board that serves the community's best interest, not that of riparians. Claims have been made that the lake board is accountable. However, public review and public hearings that are required by the board obscures the fact that they are not legally obligated to take any public input into consideration. The Lake Board alone approves their own budget and plans. The Lake Association states it will closely monitor the board's programs, finances, and activities. They do not have the legal authority to intervene in the operation of the Lake Board. Furthermore, the association will exert pressure to have an underperforming Lake Board member replaced, despite the fact there are no term limits. The Lake Association promises to lobby an irresponsible lake board to be dissolved. Only the irresponsible lake board has the power to dissolve itself. The Lake Association claims that riparians primarily benefit from the actions of the lake board. It is likely to have the opposite effect.
Ma'am, you'll have to come to a conclusion here. Your
Okay,
5 minutes are up.
Okay, just a couple more sentences. Assessment, milfoil remediation will not increase property values, only maintain them. Assessments that are unlimited in nature and duration will not be appealing to
Ma'am,
potential
please, we're gonna have
lakefront
to cut
property
you off.
owners.
Ma'am, your time is up.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Sir, any other public comment? Please come forward. Stop.
Okay. I have a timer.
We have it here.
That way I can tell. My wife has yielded 1 minute of her time to me, which doesn't happen often, so. Douglas Rexroad, Suttons Bay Township. Thank you for your time this morning. Some would have you believe that if you oppose the creation of the lake board, that you do not care about the lake or the Eurasian water milfoil problem. This is simply not true. It is true that many lakefront owners have not been as aware of the problem as they should have been, myself included. If there's one good thing that has come out of the effort to create a lake board, it is that there are probably now very few who are not familiar with the waterfoil issue. We all love this lake and want to preserve it. We all appreciate the efforts of the Lake Association in controlling this invasive species. We would hope to work with them to provide a path to an equitable solution. We simply cannot advocate for the creation of another taxing authority that has no accounting to the taxpayers who will be paying the bills. We are simply asking for some time to develop alternate ways to raise the revenue required. To that end, we have offered to help the Lake Association with the fundraising required for next year's effort. That offer still stands. I have not talked to one lakefront owner who is not willing to donate to this cause. I know this is not a sustainable solution, but it would provide a bridge to a sustainable solution. So what are the possible solutions? For one, we would encourage the county to take a more active role in this effort. Creating a comprehensive plan that addresses all the lakes in the county is a better solution than going through what we have all been through in the past few weeks, 39 times, one lake at a time. You already have set a precedent in the handling of the dam in Leland. The county has obviously already recognized that Lake Leelanau is an asset that belongs to and benefits the entire county. Secondly, we have been in contact with Representative Jack O'Malley's office and State Senator Kurt Vanderwall's office. We believe that by making a few adjustments to Act 451, Part 309, it would be palatable to most, if not all, riparians. This is an issue being faced by the entire state of Michigan and is not one that is politically divisive. It should not be difficult to make these changes, but it will take a little bit of time. The fact of the matter is that Act 451, Part 309 was never intended for creating a board for the control of invasive species. This is clearly evidenced by the gyrations that the attorneys representing the Lake Association, the county commissioners, and the concerned lakefront owners are going through in their attempt just to craft a definition of what the project is. That is simply because the act was intended for definable, discrete projects of certain duration, such as a dredging project. It is not intended for unending issues such as a control of Eurasian water milfoil. The ambiguity in the law, as it would be applied to this situation, provides opportunities for endless litigation. Everyone is trying to fit a square peg of a problem into a law that is basically a round hole. Some would have you believe that if you do not act immediately, the lake is doomed and the sky is falling. I am not downplaying the nature of the problem, but the previous efforts of the Lake Association have been largely effective. Even if our efforts to raise money only resulted in 75% of last year's spend, that amount for 1 year surely cannot be the straw that breaks the camel's back. If you authorize this board, you cannot ever stop it. Everyone in this room knows you are never done eliminating an invasive species. You simply can never remove all of them. So the board's project never ends. 324.30929 dictates how the board is dissolved. It requires 4 conditions and all must be satisfied for dissolution. The final condition is that the lake board itself agrees to be dissolved. You, as duly elected officials who authorize this board, could be overridden by the appointed board you created. You are powerless to reel it back, no matter what the outcry from your constituents. If you commissioners do not authorize the lake board, you are not saying no to it. The act allows for the formation of a lake board by petition of 2/3 of the lakefront owners, a democratic, open way. If support for the board under current law is as widespread as its proponents would have you believe, there should be no problem gathering the required signatures. If that support is not there, it raises serious questions. What moral authority justifies this board imposing a taxing and spending authority on its citizens who do not support it and who will never have a chance to vote on it? What moral authority empowers only 4 out of 7 commissioners to make this decision when it is entirely possible that 3 of those 4 yes votes would come from commissioners whose districts only represent one lakefront owner between all 3 of them? If we are unable to raise the required funds and provide the alternative funding solutions, the worst case is we spend 1 year with a remediation effort not as robust as the last. If you authorize this board, the worst case is generations of unelected, uncontrolled, unaccountable taxing and spending authority that you lack the ability to end.
That is your 5 minutes.
The need to do something never justifies doing the wrong thing.
Thank you. I think we have someone on the phone. Did we lose him? All right. So, is there anyone else who wants to speak? Please come forward. really not supposed to have applause here, all right? Not-
My name is Wayne Swallow. I appreciate the chance to provide you comments on behalf of, on the Lake Leelanau Preservation Board. Let me share a little with you about myself and why I appear before you today. I have varied environmental career spanning nearly 40 years. During that time, I was a biologist and advocate to agencies, led state and national environmental boards, and served on the Indiana Water Pollution Control Board for a couple years. So I know where you are at in consideration of the Lake Leelanau Preservation Board. My passion is to protect the lake as others are. And while we may disagree on the approach, my message to you today is to convey the urgency of what we face. You already know about the Eurasian milfoil and has presented significant economic challenge like Leelanau. But that's not the first invader. Zebra mussel were the first invaders of Lake Leelanau. The species was discovered in South Lake Leelanau in 1996 and was well established within 3 years. It became established in North Lake in 1998 and well established by 2001. Why do I mention this? Simply the urgency of what happened. How many of you board members have been privileged to tour the Cedar River Preservation or nature area? Any of you? Yeah, it's a great area. How do you get into that? You get into the channel from South Lake Leelanau, and if you're lucky enough to find a channel through the massive wheat bed, your boat perhaps don't get caught with weeds. Visualize that over broad areas of the shallows of North Lake Leelanau, South Lake Leelanau. The urgency is the message we're talking about, and I agree with various approaches funding, but the urgency at hand is the question. Just an example, Eurasian milfoil was discovered in Houghton Lake in 1994. They let it go unaddressed, and by 2001, it became a major nuisance, negatively affecting water quality and shoreline conditions, which negatively affected tourism and the local economy. This comes from the Corps of Engineers 2004 report. We are now in our third year of environmental Eurasian milfoil growth, and hopefully your approval preservation board will forestall its advance. Excuse me. Let's take a brief look at the shoreline impacts of Eurasian milfoil. A 2014 study by the University of Washington found a sale price of 1,258 residences on shores in King County, Washington, in 17 lakes that were affected by Eurasian milfoil was 19% less than unaffected lakes. The study went on to suggest managed approach for control. Decreased property values should be of utmost concerns to this board, and setting policy to avoid such impacts would be the most prudent course to take. Lake Leelanau, we've heard talk about Lake Leelanau pitching, and 30% of the riparian owners are members of Lake Leelanau. That hardly supports it. And if folks have been slow to learn about it, perhaps joining Lake Leelanau Association might forestall that. Along with private fundraising and Grant Travers Band contribution, will simply not be able to curtail and spread this menace. The association has demonstrated the need for additional revenue sources and has selected the only mechanism currently available at disposal. Lake Leelanau property owners, as well as other residents and tourists visiting the lake, will surely encounter a less pleasing lake, and as the health of the lake decreases, surely property values will follow. Not to mention the loss of tourism dollars. And so with that, I will close simply to mention that it is urgency we are dealing about. Invasive species don't go by normal rules. Left uncontrolled, and we are minimum control right now. The dollars we need are urgently needed. So I would urge you to consider the board. Thank you.
Thank you. Ma'am. Go ahead, ma'am. It's your turn. Turn your computer, your TV down. Go ahead, speak.
Hello,
Go ahead. It's your turn.
this is Darlene Dorlack. I live in District 5 in Centerville Township, and I'm a riparian on Lake Leelanau. I'm deeply concerned about our very beautiful Lake Leelanau. This is the backbone of our economy and tax revenues, and its beauty exceeds all others. The full-page ad on page 10 of the July 1st Leelanau Enterprise is filled with so much information, scare tactics, and fear that it's hard to know where to start. But I am very interested and was listening carefully to those who have come forward, not hiding in the shadows, to explain their reservations about the Lake Leelanau Preservation Board. And as the other gentleman just speaking said, has it occurred to many of you who do not pay membership dues to start and join in this fight? Do you know that you can join for as little as $25 a year or name your own amount? Do you realize how much money could be raised for like Leelanau Lake Association if every riparian on the lake only pays $25 annually in membership dues? Then there are all of you on lots that overlook our spectacular lake with beautiful views. Can you also spend $25 a year and join Lake Leelanau Lake Association to keep our lake and your view healthy and clean? The Lake Leelanau Lake Association has for 40 years been fantastic stewards of our beautiful lake. They've contributed their time, talent, and expertise as volunteers and members. Over these years, they've continually monitored water quality, invasive species, provided lakeshore protection, boating safety, fishing and swimmers education and monitoring. They'll continue to do these things in the future. So now, why have they become the enemy and vilified by some nameless, bitter opposition group? Eurasian water milfoil is a dire and extremely immediate threat. We must act now, this year, to preserve our precious resource. I have been out on a survey go to see firsthand where this devastating invasive species is thriving and spreading. The early warming of Lake Leelanau water has given it an extra boost to flourish and overgrow this year. There are numerous patches of it that have surfaced and are already posing a threat to boating and fishing. Go look for yourselves firsthand. The clock is ticking on this serious problem and action is needed immediately. If this Eurasian water milfoil is being spread by boats entering and exiting our lake, I have another concern and question. Is our own sheriff's boat that is constantly in and out of all our county lakes contributing to its spread? Is that boat ever being washed and cleaned every time before entering our lake or any other lake on the peninsula? It's a very real possibility that it's contributing to the problem. So in conclusion, I ask all of you on the BOC to fully support the formation of Lake Leelanau Lake Preservation Board to fund and sustain the ongoing yearly task of fighting this menacing threat. You've offered no alternative way to fund this. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Please come forward.
My name is Linda Mikowski. I'm a riparian on the south end of Lake Leelanau. Back in April, I attended a meeting where this board was told that they were too busy to deal with the lake issue on Lake Leelanau. I don't see that as true. I see it as a way of control This board wants to control the way citizens are taxed in this county. I think that all of our lakes should be helped. It's going to spread to all of them. It has, we know it is. So I think you're our voice. You have been voted in by the citizens of this county to protect and care for our county. We love our lake. We recognize the importance of caring about it, but we need more transparency in this. I believe that if the headline in the Enterprise was back in April, instead of the small card that a lot of people got informing riparians that there's an issue with the lake and that there was, going to be asked to have this lake associate or this lake board. I think if there was more transparency, this would be a different meeting. We all want to preserve our lake, but you are our elected officials. You're our voice. You're a voice for all of us. I readily agree to that, but let's consider everyone. Let's not consider that just riparians pay for the care of our lake. Thank you for your time and all that you do.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Neil Dietzick. I live in Centerville Township. We heard an awful lot today, of which I've agreed. We want to protect this great resource that we do have. We hear a lot about funding. It's a shame that we have to consider only those few that live on the lake pay for this. The big part of this, during our research over the last few days, has been a significant amount of ability for grants. Grants from the state of Michigan, grants from all different departments in the state of Michigan and the federal government. Literally yesterday, we took a look. There's over 15 departments within the federal government alone that will help fund and eradicate any invasive species on these lakes, in this inland lake. It's a shame that we have to look to just a few people to protect this great body of water. As we travel around this during the daytime and we take a look at who's putting boats in the water, there are people from every state that drive in here with boats to enjoy this great lake. What we don't do is make sure that we are protecting ourselves from those individuals that drive here. I just wanted to give you a few, the coastal programs, the National Wildlife Federation, NOAA. These are just some of the organizations themselves that have grants available if we just spent the time to write out and fill out the grants. There's an AIP, is a program, the Michigan Aquatic Evasive Program itself. It's a grant right online. You can, and it's available especially from the Lake Association, because they will grant money directly to the Lake Association. We don't need a board, a non-elected board, to take care of the funding for this great lake and any of our lakes within this county. Also, the Eagle, the DNR, Michigan State University, there's the Cooperative Invasive Species Management Area that is willing to provide help and support to the Lake Association. We have a public works that should be as underneath this government, should be the one that provides the oversight for the protection of all of our public works, and put them in charge to allow us to then appropriately get the funding through grant money, and not just the few people that are asked to pay an assessment on a piece of property. We'll spend a whole lot of time in courts arguing over whether we should be paying the assessment. Assessment is not a tax. And as it's not a tax, it can be challenged, especially if you can't prove that it's changed the property value. If the property value hasn't changed and you spend time in courts, what are you doing? Putting money into lawyers' pockets versus taking the time to actually spend that money to fix this problem. We all want this lake, but it should not fall on a few people's shoulders. Thank you very much.
We have someone on the phone here.
Yeah, this is Ron Chilwell. I'm calling on to thank the Leelanau Health Department, especially Rachel Pomeroy and Autumn Good for the work that they did in scheduling people for the vaccination and the COVID-19 situation. I consider this to be a life-saving situation that they did. They scheduled people, helped people to make up their minds and encourage people to get the shot. And for that reason, I have the greatest respect for them. And I think that there should be some kind of commendation given by the board to that department so they can be recognized for their work, respect, politeness, and intellectual capacity to do what was necessary to protect me and protect everybody else around.
Thank you. Please, sir.
Good morning. My name's Norman Beaker. I live in Centerville Township, lakefront owner. I wrote many of you and appreciated your response back, Commissioner Wessel. I'm troubled in recent weeks regarding the divisiveness over this issue. It's troubling to me because I hear a lot of agreement about the need to protect Lake Leelanau, to respond appropriately to invasive species, and to protect an asset for the community. The legislation as proposed needs some work, and I think you hear some accurate comments regarding some of the concerns that people have, and I'm deeply appreciative of those comments. I am a Lake Association member. I did so voluntarily when I bought property on the lake. My family's been on this lake. We just dipped a kid in the lake for the 7th generation on this lake. It's in our DNA. I think that's important to know, that how deeply people feel about this lake. I think ultimately the question in front of you as commissioners today is really, what is the role of government here? And in these political times that are so divisive, the role of government really comes down to the center issue of this. We know there are things that need to be done. There are past threats to Lake Leelanau. There will be future threats. The question in my view is this an appropriate use of government to respond to this need? With appropriate consideration for some of the concerns, what I don't hear is a negating for the need for this board. I see a need for the board. I see a need for some improvement in the legislation, in the way this board would be structured. That is your charge as commissioners, your experience, your knowledge, and the staff that you have in the county can certainly bring those skill sets to you to make that more doable here. Ultimately, though, when we have, if you take all the riparian owners on Lake Leelanau, you will not find an agreement upon this. The role of government and the role of this lake board should be to have further discussion and to bring those further considerations for what to do here and to create a structure for us to act. What's been on my mind recently is what happened in Florida with the collapse of a condo and the condo association and whether or not those repairs were being mandated by governmental oversight. This is not dissimilar to what we're facing here. The role of government is to compel and to force those issues to the table that need to be addressed by private property owners and by the public that might use those facilities. And that's really what we're facing here. So I encourage you to pass the idea of a lake board, to put it forward, to improve this legislation, to make it more palatable to more people in this community. I think you're going to find broad support for that need. I'm appreciative that this issue has raised so much concern and so much awareness. That's awesome. But ultimately, the way for this to move forward to a solution is to create a board that can further that discussion. That board will have further disagreement. That board will have further arguments. That's not the goal here. The goal here is to whether or not this is the correct structure to correct this problem. And I think it is. And I would encourage you to support that structure and move forward and let that discussion move forward underneath that framework that's so needed in this community. Thank you for your time. I appreciate you.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Please back here in the corner.
Good morning. My name is Shep Burr, and I'm a property owner in Leland Township. I wanted to say that I think that we all should commend the Lake Association. There are lots of ideas here about how this issue should be handled, but the bottom line is that when push comes to shove, they're getting precious little help in terms of money and volunteers. We need to recognize that we have an urgent need. We can talk about ideas all day long, but we need to get on top of this. And there's only one group that's doing that, and that's the Lake Association. They should be supported. I understand the fear that's been expressed about ceding control to a board that's unelected, and I think it's valid. It's my experience also that government solutions end up being more expensive than they should be, as well as generally suboptimal. What about having the county fund the Lake Association in their effort? They're the experts on this. We're not, the county's not. The support could always be removed if democratically elected officials decide to take that action because they might think that the Lake Association was not handling things the right way. That would also give them the ability to perhaps hire someone who could help with grant writing and things like that. But this is the time to join together and fight this battle, all of us. Everyone should pay for this within the county's taxes. Not doing so would be like telling those who live in the rural areas of our county that they need to build and maintain their own roads. And we all know how ridiculous that would be. Lake Leelanau is the vital machine that runs our county, that makes it possible, that makes our economic viability possible. Let's get to this and let's do it now. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Please come forward.
Good morning. My name is Lawrence Bunchek. I'm a resident of Leland Township. I'm a member of the Lake Association, and I am a riparian property owner. I think we should commend the Lake Association for bringing this problem to our attention and proposing a solution. However, that solution, I do not think, is not only the best solution, but is certainly not the only solution. It must be possible to do this in an alternative way. We haven't considered those alternatives. The only one that we have is the one proposed by the Lake Association. I'm not going to go through all of the objections that we could have to that proposal. I join my voice to those who have already expressed their disagreement with it. I think those are valid objections. I would suggest and urge that the Board of Commissioners delay any further action on this matter until a series of alternative proposals can be brought forth. And I think they will be in some number. Hopefully, we will find a better way to do this because the Lake Board proposal is not a good one. There is some precedent, I think, that we might consider. Now, 20 years ago, the Board of Commissioners determined that the dam in Leland was deteriorated and in dire need of reconstruction. And an ultimate solution was that the Board of Commissioners oversaw an extensive and very expensive effort to rebuild the Leland Dam. And also determined that a proper approach to financing it would be that riparian property owners would pay half of the cost through a tax assessment. I think it was spread over 10 years, and it was a very modest assessment that I paid and all of us paid, but that the county would bear 50% of the remaining costs, because recognizing that the lake is an important asset. I would urge that you delay any further action for the present so that alternative proposals can be brought to bear.
Thank you very much. Jim, would you like to comment? You want to comment? Is there anyone else in the hallway?
Yeah, there's about 3, 4.
Okay.
One more. Where's the microphone? Can you hear me okay?
Right there.
Oh, okay. Wow. I'm Jim Hodick born and raised here in Leelanau County, 67 years, I lost count. I've had the pumping service for 35 years and finally 2 years ago was able to afford to put a down payment on a lake lot. So where did I start? I got to keep this short. I could go on and on and on about the science because I went through years and years of conferences and stuff about sewage, nutrients, oxygen, nitrogen, ammonia. But backtracking a little bit, Doug Rexroth hit it right on the head. We do need a committee, but we need to control the committee. We also have to control the incoming traffic, the boats, the fertilizers. I've been an advocate for years to get rid of fertilizers on the lawns and the lake. That is a big trouble. It's feeding that milfoil. Everybody likes the green lawns. Sorry, rain will take care of it good enough. And so we got to get the boats controlled so we can get revenue from the boats coming in. We tax, I hate that word tax because we got my share of it too. We have to work together and figure it all out. And I'm right on the same page as Doug, is we have to have a committee to control everything. So we're not going to give anybody an open checkbook. Chemicals is not the solution. I researched a lot of that. Aeration, there's aeration companies that looks like the best source. It not only gets rid of cuts back on the milfoil because the aeration removes the sludge is feeding the milfoil. And I think you might find a decrease in the swimmer's itch too if you can get rid of some of that nutrients. I don't know, I could talk on and on about the science. I'll stay out of the science of it, but I'd like to be part of the committee to help them out with the science of that. And chemicals is not the answer. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
My name is Ann Deco, and I was here at the May meeting. And at that time, I asked that you consider that we have focus in this proposal, that we have some type of a time limit. And the other point was about making sure that this was not something that would be boundless in terms of cost, in terms of how it would address, or let me say, not be an open checkbook, as someone just said. And I think that you've done that. I mean, I'm really pleased in terms of what's taken place here. And then I opened the enterprise and I saw the ad about get the facts. I think the facts are here. I think that you've done your job. And I think the Lake Association has done an admirable job in putting this forward. And yes, can we fine tune, tweak, improve, make progress, all of those things. But we don't have a lot of time to continue to go forward with this in this way. Yes, we can get grants. That's a very laborious process. I've been involved in that myself. But today, what we need to do is act. We cannot afford the luxury of more time. We need to go forward. Do we need to put a time limit in so we can get agreement? Do we need to have more county support in terms of, how this gets structured to support all the lakes? maybe those are all considerations, but we cannot continue to delay. And I think we also need to make sure that people realize that there is representation through our township representatives on this board. So it's not about, pushing this off to a group that we have no control over. So I think it is time to get the facts. And I think it is time to understand that you have been responsive and we need to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone out there still? Please tell me money. Is there anyone else here who would like to speak? Please come forward.
My name is Joselle Rexroth. I live in Suttons Bay Township, and I am also a riparian. Since my husband and I learned about the possibility of a lake board just 6 weeks ago and read the law, that's what is very important that everyone in this room and all commissioners must know that governs this lake board. We have been on a mission, my husband and I, to inform all other lake owners of this law. We have asked them to read the law, Act 451, Part 309. And I have many copies for anyone who has not had a chance to read it that I would be happy to give anyone in this room. A vast majority of everyone we spoke to had no idea their commissioners were about to approve an unelected board. That is an unelected board that has no limits on its taxing and spending authority under this current law, Act 451, Part 309. Only the property owners around the lake would be taxed when the entire county enjoys this beautiful natural resource. We all care about the health of Lake Leelanau and want to be a part of the solution. The law, however, Act 451, Part 309, that governs a lake board is simply taxation without representation. As property owners, we can do this democratically. Have a vote, bring people together, and work with the expertise that's around the lake. And it is one thing we've learned in talking to people. We have a ton of people who have great expertise in many directions, whether it be fundraising, biological, laws, they're out there. Be transparent. This would be a step in the right direction. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Seeing none, yes, please come forward.
My name is Greg Mikowski. I'm a riparian on South Lake Leelanau, and I'll make it very brief. I urge the commissioners not to go forward in creating a lake preservation board as the law states, because it is taxation without representation, and it's open-ended. No one knows how long it's going to last, and no one knows how much it's going to cost. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak? Please come forward.
Hello, my name is Margaret Mikowski. I live in Suttons Bay Township, but I also own a lot on the Narrows of Lake Leelanau since 1988. And I've seen I'm also a member of the Lake Association. I have seen over the years the increase of the numbers of people that have gone by on the Narrows, and just this past week, there have been hundreds in one day go through there, and from, I'm sure, all over the country. You know, it's just unbelievable, the numbers of people. In my field of view, I saw 20 boats in just a couple of lots. So I'm just asking that you find a way for more people to be involved, to pay for this, because I don't think it's just the Leelanau Lake Association and the Leelanau property owners that need to pay for this. And I agree that something needs to be done. I love the lake, so thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else like to speak?
Can I do a short one?
No, you've already spoke, so you gotta be fine.
1 minute?
At the end of there's another public comment at the end.
Hey, good morning. I'm Rosemary Rowe McNally. I'll make this short as well. I just want to voice my support against this preservation board. I have the same concerns that have been stated in terms of the way that this statute is written. And one of the biggest concerns is once you invoke it, it is not going away. If you pay attention to anything in terms of how that law is written, please pay attention to that. I also support all of the statements here in terms of we can use this as a unifying moment, and we're not. So again, I urge you to please vote no to this preservation board at this time, and I appreciate you listening to our concerns. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else for public comment? Seeing none, this time we'll move on.
We have someone.
I'm sorry, I missed that.
I'm sure.
I'm Marianne Corson. Recently, have always been in Bingham Township. Recently have returned to my childhood home on South Lake Leelanau. I did write a letter to all the board. I'm not a political person. This is definitely out of my comfort zone. But I love the lake. I grew up on it. Never got swimmer's itch when I was a kid. We played in the lake all day long, and I realized there's problems with swimmer's itch and the zebra mussels, and they're still there. My husband's getting cut on, his arms, and the milfoil. As I go kayaking along the lake, I see that last year it was on the south end. It was by Grants, and I'm close St. Now. There was a mat in front of my house, so I realize it's a problem, and I realize it's urgent. I also know that the county has grant monies that they don't know what to do with. With that urgency, use some of that money and pay for it. I spoke with fishermen. I went down to the Bingham Boat Launch, bike down there the other day, and I thought that the boat cleaning station was going to be there. I didn't see it. I know that was in the Lake Association. I don't know if that has been installed yet, but I was talking to fishermen. They said they've seen them in other lakes, and they said they are a good thing. And I think that's a step in the right direction. Get those installed and clean things up. I do know that personally that a person came to the Lake Association and said that they would fundraise to have up to $200,000, and the Lake Association said, well, we don't want to go with that route. I don't know. So that just tells me that they're looking for even a lot more. I am not a rich person, and I want to stay on the lake, and I want to pay my fair share, but I know that there are lots of other people who use that water benefiting from it, have some kind of an annual fee. I've heard people saying pay passes, having a gate that can be monitored, informing people of how important it is to clean off their boats. I would volunteer at one of the lake things. Just everybody realizes it's urgent. Let's solve it together. And now that more people are aware and other solutions, we can do with the urgency. I'm off for the summer. I'm a teacher, so I can get down there every day and go down and help write grants. I do business skills. So anyway, please do not accept it right now. I realize it's urgency, but let's share the load. Thank you.
Thank you. Please.
Gary Zamitis, Leland. I'm not, I don't live on the water. I just have some comments listening to all the people. There's some very valid comments made. Very valid. It's all about money. A few weeks ago, I want to thank the board again. This board, these 4 commissioners passed to lower our taxes. Wasn't by much, but it's a start. Now, and these 3 commissioners voted against lowering our taxes. Now we're looking to raise my taxes again. That doesn't make me happy. However, I look at what happened in Houghton Lake with the same problem, and it's a hole that they've been pouring money into for years and still have the problem. I listened to one gentleman, he said there was, if I'm correct, 15 agencies to get grants from. We all know the grants are from the government, and the government gets the money from us. So that's our tax money. So why not use that? Why put another thing to raise, have another agency, make it 16, or a county, make it 17 places to get money. The money is there to handle some of the problem. Let's not raise taxes. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Please come forward.
Hello, Michael Bean, representing St. Mary's School and Parish. We have a lot of property on the Narrows there. I think one thing that's very clear today is change has to happen. I think we can all agree with that. And for those of you that have ever owned a business or have ever been in a management position, ever been in any of those decision-making positions, change will only happen with buy-in. Buy-in comes from transparency, communication, collaboration. Buy-in doesn't come from taxing a small group of people without them knowing about it. Short and sweet, that's all I wanted to say. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Joel Schweitzer. My wife and I own property on Lake Leelanau. I'm sure you guys are charged with a big effort. What I haven't heard too much is that the creation of the board would look into more solutions. I just simply did an internet search and I found that some places have been dealing with Eurasian milfoil for years. I only saw one article about a successful situation in Minnesota where they supposedly had a group come in and eradicate this in a 3-year period. I don't see that would be a permanent solution, but there was some success there. I don't know if any of you guys have looked into that, but you guys have that authority as well. Obviously, you can vote to pass this on to a board to look into further things, but how many successful venues have we looked at to see that, hey, how do you treat this? Because it's not just a county problem or a single lake problem. It's throughout your state. It's throughout other states. So this has been ongoing, but trying to put together a board to look into solutions. I think you guys are charged with the same thing. You know what I mean? The board is one solution, but there's got to be things out there that people have had success doing this. And that's where I would like you guys to focus your attention. So, thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Please come forward because I don't see anybody's hand this time. Is there anything? All right. And we'll move on then with our agenda. So that would then bring us to the communications, proclamations, and presentations. And first up, we have an administrator's update.
I know it's going to be a long day, so I'll keep my comments short and give a brief PowerPoint. Laurel, could you put that on the screen, please? All right.
Coming.
All right. Well, let me start. We do have a new employee as of 9 o'clock this morning in the clerk's office. Her name is Molly Popleski, and she filled a vacancy. And literally, she started at 9 a.m. this morning. So I'll bring her to the next meeting and introduce her. We didn't think it was fair to have her start and have her come to this meeting the first hour on. So we'll bring her back next month, but we're thrilled to have her here, and it's nice to have the clerk's office and full staff once again. It's been a challenge there. Laura, you, if not, I'll just talk my way through it. I had some photos here, but what I can do is I can email these to the commissioners if they're not coming up the street. I did want to thank MSU. There it is. Okay, go to the next. Next one. And could you put it on the full screen, please? Anyway, Michigan State has done a great job with the gardens out here. Some of you remember, especially the veteran commissioners, we came close to removing those gardens, and Michigan State stepped up and their volunteers, and they may be out there today because they come here every Tuesday, rain or shine. 2 weeks ago was pouring rain, and I saw 3 people out there working in their rain jackets, weeding the garden. So thank you, MSU, for your support. Next slide, please. This is a very positive event. You know, we struggled with what to do with the barn for many years. It's a county-owned, the old floor barn at Miles Kimberly Park. And there was a partnership formed several years ago. It's worked out very well. They have spent about $80,000 renovating the barn. It's been painted. It was the barn of the year in 2021, and Saturday was a nice ceremony and a dedication. And now it's a historical site in the state of Michigan. And there's a plaque there. And Commissioner Bodek and Commissioner Lauter and I attended. It was a very nice ceremony. And we just appreciate all the efforts of the volunteers. It's a great partnership. How groups can work together for the good cause. And I thought this was interesting. Next one, please. This is what the, nope. Next one, please. This is what the Poor Farm looked up probably in the early 1900s. You can see where the barn is. Across the fields where Miles Kimberly Park is, that is the house where the residents lived in on the 2nd and 3rd floor. And they had cattle there, chickens, gardens, and so forth. So that was a picture taken from the early 1900s of what the property looked like. So kind of a nice historical overview there. Next slide, please. And there's another dedication here. Tomorrow at noon in Northport at the Woosley Airport. And that is now a historical site also. So 2 plaques just this week in Leelanau County. And they'll be tomorrow at noon. I know there's a program planned. And there was an interesting article in the Enterprise and the Record Eagle this past week about Colonel Woosley and his background. It appears he's one of the people that trained Charles Lindbergh. And he probably would have been one of the first, and maybe the first pilot to fly across the ocean. Unfortunately, he was killed prior to that. I believe in 1922 or 23. But it's tomorrow at noon at the airport. And keep staying theme of our parks here. Barnacle Valley, there was not an actual fish day this year due to COVID restrictions, but they did plant the fish. I drive by there every day and I do see people fishing there on a pretty regular basis. And it's early in the morning and late in the evening and throughout the day there are people using the parks. So I didn't realize they actually physically took the fish from this tank in buckets and put them in the lake. So it's very labor intensive. But we had a lot of great volunteers that came to help that day. And the Miles Kimberly Park cleanup has been completed. I've been told they've done a great job. I was out there one day when they were about halfway through it, and they were doing a very professional job. But after the storm, we had major issues where the trees fell down. And now it's much safer for the public to walk. There's a disc golf course there also. And I believe it's open now back to the public. So they did a great job.
It's open, it's beautiful.
Yeah. So if you get a chance, take a walk out there. Even if you don't play disc golf, just go out there for a walk. It's a beautiful asset. And we have 2 birthdays commissioners here. So the tradition continues. Mr. Wessel, Mr. Robbins, you had birthdays this month. So I have cherry pies made here locally in Suns Bay for each of you. And traditionally, the commissioner shared this with everyone in the audience. So if you want to cut that pie up, you can do that.
My son's gonna have July birthday too.
So happy birthday to both of you. This is great. And that's it for me.
Thank you. So then that would bring us to the Area Agency on Aging presentation.
And I believe she's on.
Yes. Please try to keep it short.
Good morning. I will keep it brief. Thank you. This morning you have before you in your packets a request for a resolution to approve the Area Agency on Aging Annual Implementation Plan. In the past, my predecessor, Bob Schluter, has come before you as a resident of Leelanau County. The Area Agency on Aging is a 501c3 nonprofit organization. We serve 10 counties, and we're part of an aging network. So we work closely with Leelanau County Senior Services and NMCAA Meals on Wheels, and it's really a partnership across the 10 counties to make sure that our older adults are receiving the supports and services that they need. The plan that we're asking you to provide a resolution on today is based on a needs assessment that's done every 3 years. It is federally and state charged that we do this needs assessment, and then with it, we use it to determine how federal and state funding will be allocated throughout the 10 regions. So the plan before you talks about how we work in partnership with other aging services, either to help fund them as part of the aging network. So for example, we provide straight through pass-through funding to Meals on Wheels, or to help through collaboration and coordination to have a community-based network of services. For Leelanau County specifically, in fiscal year 2020, we served as an agency 28 high acuity cases or individuals, residents, older adults who had become frail and vulnerable. They were at risk of nursing home placement, and we were able to coordinate care for them to remain in their home. And we purchased services from local providers of $331,835. So because we are able to mix and match funding sources, we're able to support keeping older adults in their homes, working in partnership with Leelanau County Senior Services and Meals on Wheels and many other agencies, and to offer that support. Over the last year, in addition, we've worked with all of the counties to help with food subsidies for older adults. So I know that Leelanau County Senior Services was distributing food boxes and extra Meals on Wheels. Some of that funding was emergency funding that passed from our agency to Meals on Wheels and to Leelanau County Senior Services for support. Those are examples of how we've helped out in the pandemic, also distributing PPE from the state of Michigan through down to those working in homes. The plan does not deviate from plans that have come before you for resolution. Right now, we are really taking a hard look at how we're using our federal and state funding and how it supplements and complements what's available through senior millage funding for programming, and to say, are we meeting the needs of the community and allocating our funding in the most appropriate ways, especially with changes from the pandemic. And then we're expanding the AIP annual implementation plan before you also expand some services to begin looking at nutrition education counseling for seniors who are malnourished or may need support to have healthy meals, to expand virtual classes for caregivers to care for individuals in the home, and then also to start an effort to look at the really complex population that's living at home who is frequently using the hospital, and how can we help reduce that hospitalization. That is the plan before you, and in a nutshell what we do, and I welcome any questions, please.
I don't see any questions, so thank you very much. If you want to go on to the Meals on Wheels presentation.
Hi, I'm very glad to be here in person today, my first in-person meeting in a year and a half. So it's wonderful to see everyone in the audience and all of you. So thank you for having me today. I'd like to start by, I have a presentation, which you'll please.
introduce yourself?
Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize. I'm Lisa Robachek with Northwest Michigan Community Action Agency, Meals on Wheels. Sorry about that. So I believe my presentation will be up there. But before that, just want to ask if anyone has any questions that are on the top of your mind, that as I'm doing my presentation, I can make sure to include. And then I'll also, of course, take questions anytime throughout or after as well. Any questions that anyone has in their mind first? Okay. So very excited to be here today. As Heidi said, we work very closely in collaboration. It takes a village, township, county to take care of our seniors. And so we enjoy working very collaboratively and closely with Leelanau County Senior Services, as well as Area Agency on Aging and many other organizations caring for seniors. The information I'm going to be providing today is going to have some general information about Meals on Wheels. And specifically, I'd like to cover a whole year's time, which is our fiscal year is from October through September. So some of the information I'm going to be going over is going to be data from our fiscal year 20, which was October of 2019 through September of 2020. So we get an entire year of data. So this first slide talks about Meals on Wheels in general. I think many people are familiar, thank goodness, with Meals on Wheels, that we provide vital nutrition, especially during the pandemic. I think food became an issue that was top of mind for everybody. Everybody knows that food is medicine, and if we don't have food, we're not going to be able to enjoy any other services. But the services that Meals on Wheels provides is not only that, vital nutrition, which is regulated by the Area Agency on Aging through the state and nutritional guidelines, very strict nutritional guidelines to make sure the meals are nutritious. We work hard to make them delicious also. The other service of Meals on Wheels is what we say more than a meal. It's when those drivers come and they're checking on people. They're first making sure that they're alive, literally, and well, and doing a safety check. And then the second is a little bit more emotional support. Especially during the pandemic, social isolation was so important. So it's checking in with the person, making sure they're okay, listening to their stories, and being that touch for someone that we may be the only person that they may see for that day or days at a time. And then all of these services allow us to really enable people to live in their homes independently, which most people we hear really want to. 85% of the people that we have surveyed and that we've seen surveys want to stay in their home, and allows them to do this. The other service that we have is an in-home assessment, again, also required by the state and the Area Agency on Aging. This has been over the telephone during the pandemic for safety, but it's where we check in with people after they've received the service for after they've received the service within the first couple of weeks when they start the service, and then every 6 months. And so it's an opportunity to receive client satisfaction information, outcome information, and to also coordinate with other services that I mentioned. So that's just a reminder about Meals on Wheels in general. The second page is about during this fiscal year I mentioned, October 19th through September 20th, all of our meals that we served for the 5 counties that we served. And so we served a total of 204,781 meals to 1,499, almost 1,500 individuals. And then in addition to that, the other service that we provide are for individuals who can get out of their home. Those meals were for individuals who are homebound, who are in their homes. And for people who can get out, we've traditionally had a congregate meal program, which we'll go over the statistics a little bit later. And then during the pandemic, we had in collaboration with Leelanau Senior Services, a curbside program like many other restaurants had, as opposed to our congregate dining, which was not safe during COVID. We created new sites where people could come and very safely in a contactless way pick up meals. So that we had a new collaboration with Leelanau Christian Neighbors, which was a new site for us. And some of the existing sites that we had curbside meals. And then eventually some of those individuals decided, instead of getting out, especially during the winter, they decided to transition to home delivered meals. But we saw a huge increase in number of individuals that we were serving with that opportunity. So it was a nice way to be able to connect with a lot of people that we weren't able to before. So that is about Meals on Wheels in general. The next slide has information about Leelanau County specifically for that year's period of time. So we cover every inch of Leelanau County, about 285 miles daily that we do. Now, during the pandemic, we altered our services very quickly, again, to keep people safe. So I mentioned this when I did the presentation last year. But what we did was we decided to, in order to reduce exposure, we've been delivering weekly. So individuals will get a week of frozen meals. And then to try to address social isolation, we have a lot of different touch points that we have calling during the week and assurance calls and things of that sort. And to keep social distancing in our kitchen, we have about 15 routes. So it was just not safe for everyone to come there at the same time daily as happened in the past. And then also many seniors obviously were very nervous to have that exposure. So coming once a week would enable them to have a little bit more feeling of safety. So we're in the process now with things opening up, looking very carefully at what our procedures are to be able to get back to daily meals and to be able to do that safely. So we're in the process of doing that. But for the last year, this is what we've been doing. So the number of meals that we've had in the kind of middle of the slide is for that last year, 21,592 home delivered meals and 5,156 congregate meals. So a total of 26,748 meals. The expenses during that time was a total of $179,000, 546. And just wanted to sort of show that the funding that we're so grateful for, the funding that Leelanau County allows us to have through the millage is $28,000. So just to see that the remaining expenses for the county that we incur is $151,000. The number of clients that we served during that time was 177 home delivered meals clients, and then 225 congregate clients or curbside clients for part of that year, for a total of 402 clients. So these meals and these individuals are ones that we have to receive funding from a variety of different sources. We receive about 33% of our funding from the area agency, and the rest we need to raise through sources like millage, fundraising, other activities. The last part of this slide shows the meals and clients that we're served on we serve on a contract basis through programs like the My Choice Waiver Program, where they actually pay us for meals. So it comes from a different funding source. It also is the new PACE program. We have a contract with them. We had a contract with Munson. That's actually a special grant and study that we did to try to show the advocacy of Meals on Wheels, but we had a contract with them where they paid us for meals. So that is an additional about 1,200 meals, so a total of 28,000 meals served in Leelanau County, and a total of 410 clients in Leelanau County. Any questions about any of that? So, okay. Then the last slide is some narrative in addition to what we normally provide just about this past year, et cetera. So I was talking about some of the different things that we did to try to keep people safe. And then also just a little bit of a comparison to the prior year and then this year that I'm talking about, just to show the increase in meals and clients for Leelanau County. One of the things with the pandemic was that the eligibility requirements, which comes from the state through the Area Agency on Aging, the eligibility requirements for home delivered meals in the past, historically, it's always been individuals are homebound. And by that, it means it's not they can't leave their home, but that it's difficult for individuals to leave their home. They don't get out on a normal basis. Most people, a lot of people, we can get in a car and we can go wherever we want, unassisted, easily. Homebound means that people have trouble doing that. It's difficult for them, it's taxing for them. During the pandemic, those eligibility requirements changed because at that point, it wasn't really safe for anybody to get out of their home. So in that situation, anyone over 60 was eligible for Meals on Wheels services. And that's been that way really up until now. And so we saw our numbers increase significantly. So the difference between FY19 and FY20 went from about 17,500 meals to 21,500 meals. And it went from an increase of 134 people to 177 people. So that was home delivered meals. And the congregate sites, historically, we've had 4 congregate sites in Leelanau County, and that has been at the Suttons Bay Friendship Center, Northport, Elmwood, and Empire. I mentioned that that changed, and we really had mostly just the one site at Leelanau County Christian Neighbors, and for a period of time, Northport and Empire, until most of those people went to home delivered meals. But even though it was less sites, we had a huge increase in numbers. So the prior year, we had 73 clients receive services for congregate clients, for congregate meals. It went up to 225 clients. The number of meals on the congregate basis was 1,100, and that went up to 5,000. So we saw a significantly increased number of people, and we were very happy to do that and know that we were serving people and getting people to food in some of the most challenging times ever. And we were very proud that through assistance from you and other entities, we were able to continue providing that food, even though it looked differently, but providing it without a pause. So I mentioned we were really focusing very much on social isolation because we chose to be safe to deliver weekly. I mentioned the friendly reassurance calls. We also had something else that we asked clients if they'd be interested in. We called them game/care packs, and it had puzzles and handmade cards and games and things of that sort. And that really let people feel connected to us, gave them other things to do and keep their mind occupied. During the holidays, we had more handmade cards. We had homemade quilts and walker bags from an organization, Interquilton, that every year they have a placemat palooza where they made about 600 placemats for us and walker bags, and we distributed those. We were very concerned about individuals, as most organizations were during the pandemic, and individuals being able to access the internet. There were so many things that were happening over the internet, and we're very concerned about people who didn't have access to it because they didn't have internet service or they didn't have a device they felt comfortable with. So we did a lot of surveys with individuals asking if this was an area, this was the way more than a meal part, but do they need help accessing technology? And we considered having a grant to purchase GrandPads that were easy iPads for people to use. And after we did that survey, we really found that people were not interested in that. Either people had the technology and wanted it, or if they didn't have it, they really weren't interested in getting it and learning about it. So we tried to let people know about a lot of different virtual opportunities, exercise classes and music and lots of things online in our monthly newsletter, and always made ourselves available to help people walk through that if they needed. And we ended up doing that a lot. One of the areas that we did that a lot, where we were concerned about people accessing the internet, was with some of the collaborations we did related to vaccines. So we worked very closely with Leelanau County Senior Services and the Health Department on a first name basis with the local Benzie Leelanau Health Department, as well as the other ones that we serve. And I gave my cell phone number to people and said, call me if you need help. And so I would help people sign up if they could get to a vaccine, or we worked closely to come to people's homes. Leelanau County Senior Services did, and the Health Department, to come to people's homes if they could not get out, and made sure that everyone who wanted a vaccine could get one in one way, shape, or form. So that was a wonderful collaboration. As Heidi mentioned, the Area Agency on Aging did a lot of collaboration with many different things, keeping us up to date on the latest regulations, which would change daily, giving us access to other food sources like fresh produce boxes and dairy boxes through the USDA, and help coordinate that. A lot of collaboration with the Grand Traverse Band. We saw a huge increase at Leelanau County Senior Services from the band members that would come and get meals for their individuals. A lot of increase with band members for home delivered meals. And so we were just very grateful for a lot of that collaboration. We were very grateful to work with Chet and April and the rest of the team to access some additional CARES money that you had. So we worked very closely to understand what were the requirements that you needed and to get you the information that you needed. And we're very grateful to receive, because of the increase in clients and meals, for an additional $22,400 from Leelanau County through CARES for the services. And this paid specifically for just the meals that we pay for, and that doesn't really include any of the other costs that we incur. But we were very grateful to be able to receive that additional funds. And there's been some discussion that perhaps if there are additional funds in the future, we'll be able to collaborate with that as well. And we would love to have the opportunity to do that. So moving forward, I mentioned that the restrictions are being lifted. It's wonderful to be in an environment like this, but we know the pandemic is still there. We hear a lot about the Delta variant. And so I have the weight of Leelanau County seniors as well as the other counties that we serve on my shoulders, and want to proceed, not be too restrictive and have people have additional exposure to daily meals and congregate sites as much as possible, but we're approaching it carefully. We want to make sure that we're aware of and prepared for the fact that COVID-19 is still here. And what happens when there is an outbreak? We've had that in certain kitchens that we've had to completely shut down and receive meals from other places, other kitchens that we serve. So we're approaching it carefully. We are bringing back some volunteers and staff that we had to make sure that we have enough staffing to do daily meals. Also working with a lot of our clients to ask what they would prefer. Some people prefer the weekly frozen meals because of doctor's appointments and such that they have, that they wouldn't need to be home every other day to receive the meals. They can have them when they want. We don't leave meals if people aren't there. So when we go back to daily meals, they'll need to be there. So we're surveying the clients to see what they need and then rearranging our routes to accommodate that. So trying to do all these different things that we need to do to get back to daily meals safely for everybody. So we're doing that. Moving forward, I also just want to thank Nancy Begeman with Leelanau County Senior Services as she retires. The entire staff there are like family to us, and we've appreciated that collaboration, and she's been a godsend all these years. I'm also looking forward to working more closely with Rebecca Tenbrink, the new executive director at Friendship County, the Friendship Center, and looking at how we might expand services at that place, and really excited to see her excitement and collaboration. So that's it for my presentation. What questions might you have?
Lisa, thank you so much for not only all the work you do, the incredible work you do, and for an excellent presentation, but we've had April Messias, our Director of Senior Services, say how this pandemic has really highlighted the food insufficiency program amongst our seniors. My question is, and you may not be able to answer it yet, but since May, things are starting opening up and now are quite open, are you seeing a drop in your clientele that are being asked to be served, or is it continuing?
We are seeing some of a drop. We are seeing those clients that I mentioned, we have increased eligibility over 60. We are seeing some people say, okay, I'm now able to get out and things of that sort. And then we are seeing, we're going to be seeing a big increase. There were some individuals who preferred not to receive the weekly frozen meals, who had other resources and other family members that we have on a list that when we go back to hot meals, will want to increase. So I think some people, we are seeing a little bit of a decrease, but we're also seeing an increased interest. And so we're also seeing some people who during COVID went with family and went to other resources and now are back on their own. So we're seeing some decreases and also some increases. So we'll see how over the course of the next year that plays out. But it looks like it's kind of evening out at this point.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I just want to thank you for the care you obviously show and exhibit in caring for the seniors in our county. So
thank you very much. I do very deeply. I've been here 10 years and people talk about waiting lists in other parts of the country. And we've never had that in Leelanau County, and we haven't had that since I've been here. And I just can't sleep at night knowing that that could happen. I care very deeply and really appreciate the collaboration here that allows us to do what we do. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
It's 10:30. We usually have a 10-minute break here at this time. So if or did you want to, does everybody want to continue? Do you want to take a break?
Okay, great.
All right. Let's try to be back here at 22, if we could, please.
On land surveying.
Yeah. Okay, try now. Try now.
On land surveying. When we had that before, one of those, I believe it's page 12.
It's right here.
Well, it's that computer.
Yep.
Is that better?
Yeah, we can still hear you.
I think you have to actually sign out of it. Yeah.
Try it now. You're gonna have to sign off. That's the only way to do it.
Come over.
All right,
How's that?
I think we're good now. There you go.
Okay.
Okay, and then we'll just not deal with this. My apologies.
What's the program?
All set? Okay, so on page 12 of your packet, there's a suggested motion at the bottom of that, and that would take care of item 2A. And if you want to do these individually, I will wait before moving on to B and C.
I would recommend to the board to approve the surveyor services agreement with Onan Land Surveying, Holmberg Land Survey, Grand Treasure Surveying, and Leelanau Land Surveying as prepared by corporate counsel, with costs to come from the remonumentation program fund number 475245.
Any questions? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, the same sign. Motion passes 7-0. Thank you for that.
And then item B is on page 27 of your packet. These are the 3 peer group agreements. These were also prepared by corporate counsel, again revised from last year. And you have 3 agreements with Onan Land Surveying, Holmberg Land Survey, and Grand Traverse Surveying. And again, the motion, suggested motion is on the bottom of that page.
Commissioner Rush.
Move to recommend that the County Board of Commissioners approve the remonumentation peer group agreements as prepared by corporate counsel with Onan Land Survey, Holmberg Land Survey, and Grand Traverse Survey, with costs to come from the remonumentation program fund 475275.
Support. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, the same sign. Motion passes 7-0. Thank you.
And then finally, page 36 is the agreement, which would be with Leelanau Land Surveying. Leelanau Land Surveying, which is Vicki Brown, serves as the county representative for the county remonumentation program. So this includes the work for the peer group as well as any additional work that she has to do during the time that this contract is in place.
Commissioner Rush.
I would move to recommend that the County Board of Commissioners approve the remonumentation peer group agreement with Leelanau Land Survey as prepared by corporate counsel, with costs to come from the remonumentation program fund 475245.
Support. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, the same sign. Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you. And just a quick correction, it was on my EDS for the last motion, it had the fund listed as 475-275. All 3 of those motions should be fund 275-245.
I'll make
Okay.
that correction.
Yep, I got it. Thank you.
Thank you for that.
Thank you.
All right, and that would bring us then on to the charter presentation. Marilyn Passman was here.
Good morning. Try not to hijack your audio. Goodness sakes. Thank you. Thank you very much for the opportunity to be here today. Commissioners, thank you especially to Commissioner Sotis Little, who's been a tireless advocate for broadband in your county. And we've been in touch for multiple years, and she's always been very gracious with me in my work for state government affairs for Charter Michigan. So my name is Marilyn Passmore. I'm the State Director for Charter's Government Affairs for the state of Michigan, and that covers all of our network across the state. I'm also here on behalf of a new and exciting initiative that we're going to talk about today called RDOF, which is the Rural Digital Opportunity Fund. It's a program coming out of the FCC, and I'm leading the government and policy initiatives for Charter in Michigan and in Indiana for that particular project. So next slide, please. See if it works. Yay, it works. Joining me on the phone is one of my long-term colleagues. I'm a 20-year employee of Charter. Charter is the company you know us locally as Spectrum. On the phone with me is Harold McNeil. He is our Senior Director of Construction. And Harold is an industry veteran with, I don't know, Harold, correct me, but I'm going to say 40 years experience between the two of us, 60 years. And then our team that we work with together. We are the face of Charter and going to be doing this new initiative here in the state and here in Leelanau County. So Harold, can you hear me?
I can. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. So next slide, please. So I just want to talk briefly about who Charter is as a national presence, and then I'll localize it to Michigan, and I'll talk a little bit about what we're going to be doing in the county. So just as a point of reference, we're a Fortune 500 company, 96,000 US-based employees, 13% of which are veterans, 46% are people of color. We have 86 onshore call centers in the United States. I say that as a point of pride because there was a time that those call centers were not here, and we've brought them all back onshore in response to customer feedback. So that's an exciting talking point for us. Our network today passes 53 million homes and businesses across our 41 state footprint. However, we only have 31 million customers. So there's a huge delta of individuals and businesses that could take the service, but don't, as another individual spoke to, that there's sometimes not an interest in broadband. Conversely, that's not who you hear from, right? You're hearing from folks that want to have connectivity. A point of reference, our network today passes, as I mentioned, 53 million homes and businesses. We have 400 million individual IP devices connected to our network. It's a massive, massive network. We've invested over $50 billion in our network in the past 5 years, and 2.5 million homes and businesses that we've built to in the past 3 years, 1/3 of which have been rural. And as a rural provider, and you might look at that like, wow, Charter's a big company, are they really rural? Well, in Michigan, as an example, 85% of the communities we serve have less than 2,500 homes. We are the rural provider. So when I talk about Michigan, over 1,700 employees, we are hiring. Next slide, please. And we have, thank you, you have it on the right slide. I was jumping ahead. We have jobs on the job board all the time. During the pandemic, we raised our starting pay from $15 an hour to $18 an hour. And we are well on our way to a $20 an hour starting pay with benefits in 2022. That's an exciting initiative that the company did not have to do, but we want to attract and retain workforce talent. In Michigan, we have over 900,000 customers. This is in 809 local municipal units of government. So those are all the folks that I'm normally working with, myself and my team. And this, as I mentioned to Patricia, this is the best part of the job. I love to get out and see my communities and talk to folks at the local level and hear all the things that are going on. And I learned some new terms today. I mean, I certainly didn't know about this particular species issue, and it's really obviously important, but it's also really helpful to see the level of local engagement. And I appreciate and applaud everything that you do to keep everything moving forward. Again, in Michigan, another $132 million investment in the company, just in the state. And then just some recent upgrades. You know, I can go on and on, but I know you're short on time. We did some network expansions last year during the pandemic to another 18,000 homes and businesses in Michigan. And we also, just before the pandemic lockdown started, and of course that's changed all of our lives, we finished a 65-mile wide or long, fiber interconnection through the Hiawatha Forest in the eastern part of the UP to bring our connectivity to 3 small villages. And they all had our gig services as everything shut down. You can imagine the impact for those communities to have that connectivity. We've launched Spectrum Mobile. You've probably seen our ads. And we've also have internet gig available everywhere we serve in the state and across our national footprint. So she's on to the next slide. Let's go to the Rural Digital Opportunity Fund slide, one with the farm scene. Yep, one more, that's it. So what I wanted to talk to you about today is RDOF. So wouldn't be the government, federal government without an acronym, right? Rural Digital Opportunity Fund. And this is an initiative that was put forth by the FCC using unallocated universal service funds. Remember those charges you would have on your landline phone, right? And those were in place years ago to help roll out the phone deployment. So the FCC created an initiative that would essentially fund the building of rural broadband networks. And providers like Charter, other providers as well, took part in what was called a reverse auction. There's $20.4 billion in funding. This all started before the pandemic, but timing is fortuitous, right? So under the reverse auction, broadband and voice services must be offered if you're a provider that wins funds. Providers set the schedule, not the FCC, but the FCC has the authority to claw back those funds, right? So there will be milestones for us, Charter, as a provider as we go forward. Next slide, please. So here's the overview of the funding. 9.8 billion was awarded to 180 companies. That'll impact 5.2 million homes and businesses across 49 states. Now in Michigan, that means 363 million is going to roll into the state to 13 companies, one of which is Charter, locally known as Spectrum. That will impact 249,000 new addresses to be served. So next slide, please. I come to you with this announcement that the company announced earlier this year a new multi-year, multi-billion-dollar initiative to expand broadband and to cover over 1 million new customer homes and locations. So that's our press release on this slide. So what does that mean from Charter's perspective as a company? On the US, we will receive 1.2 billion in RDOF support, but the company will be putting in 5 billion of our own funding. We'll be adding another 2,000 full-time employees and contractors. Our current network spans 750,000 miles. You can go to the moon 3 times for that distance. And yes, I looked it up. We will be adding another 115,000 miles of fiber network. And that will impact 1.5 million customers in 24 states. So again, next slide, please. Thank you. This map is our national map. It's a little bit hard to see, but the gray is everywhere we serve today. We went through a merger a couple of years ago with Time Warner and Bright House, so our footprint expanded quite dramatically. And then that royal blue is where we received RDOF awards. And again, these are awarded at the census block level. So you'll see the blue, you see the concentration. It's kind of the mid-eastern part of the US. There is some funding awards up in the Pacific Northwest, but the dominant area for Charter is in the central part of the United States and eastern. Next slide, please. So as we deploy RDOF and as we look to Leelanau, which is one of the counties we're going to start in, is we will be deploying fiber to the home. This will be speeds of 1 gig down by 500 up, which is lightning fast. Today, our internet speeds start at 200 megabits down in 85% of our markets, and 100 is where we start at the rest. Now, I can tell you as a 20-year employee, I remember when we launched 1 meg service, right? And we didn't all carry these, so nobody needed that much bandwidth. But now that we have so many devices connected and we're all using it all the time, we need that bandwidth. And then Spectrum Internet offers not only fast, reliable internet service, but we have no modem fees, no data caps, and no contracts. Next slide, please. Sorry, my pages are stuck. So this map, and it's a little hard to see, but this shows you the RDOF support impact on Michigan. In that green, kind of limey green, is where Charter was awarded funding in Michigan. And this will be a multi-year rollout for us. We received 2.6 million in federal funds. We will be investing over 100 million. It'll impact 33 counties, including Leelanau County. We have currently 30,000 miles of network, and we will be building another 3,000 miles of fiber in the state, and it will impact approximately 36,000 new addresses. Now, having said that, we will be doing more than that. For example, if the connection has to go to address A and address D, and the 2 addresses in between are counted as, quote, served, we're still going to go right past them. And if folks want to take the service, they can take it from that point. So again, the rollout will be set by the provider, but some of the milestones that we have to be mindful of is 40% of our build has to be done by year 3, which is December of 2024. So there will be a very aggressive build schedule. And that's why I have Harold on the phone, because it's his team that is doing the design, the walkout, and he can talk a little bit here about what that looks like. Next slide, please. So these are some more local maps, because I thought, it's great to see the state, but you want to see how does that impact our area, right? And so on the left is a map by Connect Michigan that shows in pink the census blocks that are considered not served by the FCC, meaning they do not have today 25 by 3 megabit service. And then the map on the right is all of the RDOF winners that are receiving funding in these areas. Again, this is an isolated map. I drilled down to make it a little more local. So you see Charter, which is CCO Holdings, that's our parent company entity. You see Cherry Capital Connection is another winning company. A company called Mercury Wireless that I actually had never heard of before this, and SpaceX. You may have heard of the SpaceX. You've probably seen some articles about that. So A lot of funding will be coming in. And again, this is phase one. There's going to be another auction in the next few years for that remaining 11 billion. But you can kind of see the gaps starting to be filled, right? Just by looking at that. And I can certainly send this link that's referenced at the bottom of the page that you can play with. It's an interactive map. Anyone can use it. It's publicly available. And what's cool is you can put in your address, you can put in your community name, you can put in the county. It's a little busy at the county level but you can really zoom right in. And if you click on the name of any of the providers that are listed, it'll actually open up a legend and show you what that provider won for that particular area. So it's actually quite helpful. I'm happy to share that with the board members. Next slide, please. So this slide is, I use the same pink version, right? The areas that are not served today versus where did charter receive funding for this round of RDOF and on the right. And so in Leelanau County, we've been awarded just over $522,000 to build to another 516 addresses. Having said that, as I mentioned earlier, we expect it to be more addresses than that. We're in the business to have customers, so if it makes sense for us to continue going or extend further, we will do that. The build will happen in Cleveland, Empire Village, Glen Arbor, and Casson. Am I saying that right? Casson. Yes. These are existing areas where we already have service, but we will be doing this fiber build in addition to what we have as well. Next slide, please.
So if you go back a slide, why if you show underserved towards Traverse City, why wouldn't you do that whole area that's in pink? Why are you stopping in Casson?
Well, again, the funding is awarded by census block as deemed by the FCC, is considered unserved. So I'm not an expert in the mapping, but my understanding is that there is already 25 by 3 service in those particular areas.
Well, there's not.
So, I mean, we can certainly, I could send you the links to play with, but we don't set the award, right? We just apply for it. But it is possible that another provider did win funding there. That's certainly possible. This is only showing the charter map. Yeah. Okay. So thank you. And then I see she's advanced the screen. Thank you for that. So that brings me to why I'm here today. We're having meetings like this with counties, road commissions, municipal entities, permitting authorities, pole owners, all of the players try to get out in front of what's coming down the line because we know there's a lot of work to be done. And, with respect to the county work that we anticipate or where we might have potential roadblocks, we want to raise that now. Sometimes it can take some time to get permitting back, right? Sometimes we can have delays. Something as simple as the permitting authority person has their voicemail full. And so you can't leave a message. And so we need to email in addition, which adds additional time to try to get permitting done. So as we start to deploy, we ask for your assistance as a board that, if I could come back and say, hey, we've run into whatever issue, who can we help us move this along? Because we know folks are waiting for the connectivity and want us to move as fast as we can. Of course, we have to operate under, the strictest safety rules, but we also want to make sure that we understand what potential roadblocks could be in the way. So I'm going to pause for a moment. Harold, if you had anything that you could, on your wish list, right, now that you're before the Board of Commissioners for Leelanau, and thank you for the opportunity. If there's anything you want to offer or concerns you might have that would be helpful to be addressed now, this would be the time to speak up. Did I lose Harold? Is he muted? Technology. Well,
Can you hear me
again,
now?
as I mentioned, there you go. Thanks, Harold. Go ahead.
Right now, we're in the engineering phase. We have teams that are actively walking out all the pole lines, and we're putting together the sheets of where the paths are going. And quite honestly, we don't know what we don't know yet. But here shortly, we will be looking to put in some county permits, pole permits, MDOT permits, everything that it takes to get connectivity. We want to work with all the permitting agencies as much as possible. Like Marilyn said, that's why we're getting out in front of this ahead of time, so that everybody is aware that this train is on the tracks and it's headed your way. So not having anything specific, I'll turn it back to Marilyn.
Thanks, Harold. Next slide, please. So we've set up a website that should help folks that are interested in learning about where's charter going, how can I find out if my address is affected? And that website is spectrumruralexpansion.com. And it serves two purposes. It allows interested parties to put their address in and see if they are physically located in an RDOF award area for charter. They can choose to sign up for updates if they'd like to. It also will redirect an address or an interested party to our active website if they are in a serviceable area. And you may be surprised to know that people don't always know what services where. And so having that redirection is helpful as well. Again, we're building in those 5 key areas that I mentioned, but we will be doing more than what's awarded. And we expect to look for and find opportunities to even extend beyond that. So next slide, please. So that brings me to other opportunities to partner with charter. And I would be remiss if I didn't talk about, obviously we know there's a tremendous amount of federal funding that's flowing into the state. You've heard the other impassioned comments about the invasive species and grants. And there's grants for broadband too under NTIA. There's Connect Michigan grants, which charter has applied for here in the state, and we expect to be awarded some funding through that process. And then lastly, there's local funding opportunities through ARPA, the American Rescue Funds. And again, you've got a lot on your agenda as far as where you're going to redirect those funding to. But we wanted to mention that if you have a project in mind, if there's something that you're aware of that you would like to discuss with me offline, and we would be happy to be at the table for that conversation. And then next slide, please. Then we'll wrap it up. And lastly, I just want to touch on, and I appreciate that the lady from the Meals on Wheels talking about broadband adoption, because that's a key talking point for us here at Charter. So as I started with, we passed 53 million homes and businesses with 31 million customers. The reality is the old saying, if you build it, they'll come, is just not true. There's plenty of folks that can connect that don't take the service for whatever reason. Could be they have another provider. It could be an affordability issue, right? So we have had in place for 5 years a low income program, a low cost program called Spectrum Internet Assist. And this was put in your board packets as well, but that's a high-speed program that's available for low-income students and seniors. So specifically, families on free and reduced lunch qualify, low-income seniors. And then during the pandemic, we expanded that to include college students and educators. So that is a program that's been in place for 5 years. It's not going away. We've had great success with it. It's a 30 meg service per month for $17.99. And you can add Wi-Fi for $5. And again, no modem fees, no contracts, no data caps. During the pandemic, we launched a program called Spectrum Stay Connected. And essentially what that is a program where schools who have received CARES funding can partner with Charter for connectivity and bulk buy the connectivity for their students if they choose to. We also offer Spectrum digital education grants. So case in point, several years ago, we did a grant to the Grand Traverse seniors in Traverse City, which by the way is our Michigan operational headquarters with another 135 employees right there. We did a grant for the seniors and we furnished their digital learning lab because they had old equipment, they had old routers, they didn't have good connectivity. So we not only provided the connectivity, but we purchased computers for computer training. And that has really been well received in that particular demographic. we participate in the FCC Emergency Broadband Benefit, which is a program lots of people haven't heard of, but it's another funding out of the federal government. And it offers a one-time stipend to offset your cost of connectivity. And it really goes back to if someone has experienced financial difficulty during the pandemic, they can apply for this relief that offsets their monthly bill. And Charter's participating in that. So again, I did share some of that information in your board packet. And then lastly, Spectrum Community Solutions was started up during the pandemic as well. And that's an opportunity for housing units to bulk purchase connectivity through the company. So I've said a lot. I tried to make it as quick as I could because I realize you have a lot on your dockets today to go through, but I wanted to allow for a few minutes for questions if you had any, and otherwise I'm happy to move you along to the rest of your agenda today.
Commissioner Wesson. Thank you for the good news for some parts of our county anyway.
You're welcome.
In my district, we have a 3-mile stretch with 150 homes or so, all of them unserved, except from a signal across the bay. Folks there have to get up very early in the morning to get their share of a very weak signal. We were under the impression that Charter was interested in serving if it was a good business proposition for them, but we have had in the past difficulty getting Charter to be interested in that area because you weren't expanding there. Does this mean that if we could find you outside of those pink areas, a location where there were sufficient number of residents to make it pay, you'd be interested?
Yes, we would definitely want to have a conversation for sure. Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Yeah, I have the very same problem, but you show, I have a wide unserved area and I receive a lot of calls all the time about same thing. We have absolutely only one provider and it's wireless. And so there's no other options. So we've tried for years to get Charter to serve that area and we've been told we were just too rural. We're 5 miles west of Traverse City and we're too rural for Charter to buy. Now, if we wanted to pay $30,000, then Charter, they would look at us. So I guess my question is, if the map shows that area unserved, which is east of Casson, and I'm very happy that you're going into Casson. That's another area I hear a lot about. Why stop at Casson and why not come into Solon? I would just I know you don't have the answer today, but I would like to know that because it is underserved. And your first map did not show anyone receiving enough dollars for that. So it is a real problem down there. They certainly are interested in being served by, especially fiber. It's a big request down there.
Thank you. No, I appreciate that. And, the reality is we are a business and we have to go where it makes business sense for us. It's the first time we've ever taken federal funding of any kind. I'm, like I said, a 20-year employee and this is a whole new initiative. Having said that, the company is well funded and I think where we see opportunities, and I know Harold's team has been directed, as we are doing this rollout and as we see patches or pockets that might make sense to group them in, we will do that where possible. To your question about being 5 miles, I don't know the connectivity direction as far as what the tieback would be. It's an extraordinarily expensive cost to not only build and start up and run, but to maintain a network of our size and scale. We are scalable though, and I appreciate the input. And I would just offer, in Michigan, there are over 200 broadband providers. And under the FCC definition of 25.3, right, the funding we were awarded was set by the FCC. So we don't tell them where to give us money. We just said, we'll take part of it. But I do appreciate the insight and the concern.
Okay, also, the complaints have lessened a lot. I used to get a lot of complaints about Charter up the west side of Lake Leelanau in the Solon district. In the last couple of years, I haven't received those calls. So they thought it was old equipment that we were getting up there. So maybe I may not know if you've done some repairs on that. So time frame. I mean, this is really encouraging. I'm really happy that you're looking at Leelanau County. So thank you for that. Time frame.
Yeah, I'm going to defer to Harold. I mean, as he mentioned, we're doing the walkouts and the design now. Harold, do you want to answer some questions on timing? Going to come off mute.
Yes, like I mentioned, we're doing the engineering currently, and we will be filing pole application permits within the next month or so. Those typically take 90 to 120 days before they will allow us on the poles. We're looking at first quarter of 2022 in being able to provide service to Leelanau County.
Yeah, we have to build it first.
That's soon.
Yes.
I have a question based on very little knowledge. I'm lucky enough to have charter. So does that mean that we got 3 years ago? Does that mean the existing lines have this higher service or not?
So we have what's called a hybrid fiber coax network today, meaning we have a lot of fiber already. We have fiber customers all over the state, and we have what's coax is the traditional cable services, right? We have a hybrid, which is what's serving you today. And you can get up to 1 gig at home today if you want it. It's available in all of our markets that we serve.
Okay, so you're not upgrading stuff you already have.
Correct. We've already done that.
Okay.
Yeah. And to your, Commissioner Lautner's comment about the improved service. I mean, again, I can't speak to that more broadly, but there's been a tremendous amount of effort to bring employees that serve the customer, whether they work in our stores, whether they're frontline, whether they're on the poles, those are all employees. There was a time in our history that we had a lot larger contract base. And as the company has grown, we have brought those positions in-house and again, up that pay scale, up the benefits, because we want to not only attract, but retain the talent. And it's been a real growth opportunity for us as a company, for sure.
You pronounced it right. Are you local? Not Dave's sister.
I'm sorry?
Said you pronounced it right, so maybe you're local.
Oh, no.
Commissioner Westwood, Commissioner Westwood.
Yes, sir.
We have lots of people that are giving us advice on how to spend our $4.2 million of American Rescue money. How would Charter like to have us spend $4.2 million to improve cable and broadband service in Leelanau County?
Well, that's a great question. We would certainly be interested in having a conversation with you about what that looks like. I know that our teams have received inquiries from residents, like you described, where it's a larger group of homes, but maybe they're a certain distance from our existing network, right? And that we have done the work on the back end to do estimates, and without additional assistance financially from the county or from, in this case, the federal government, we just can't make the ROI work. But if you have a scenario like that that you want to explore, I would love to have that conversation. And I can certainly bring the appropriate engineering folks, the people that, the decision makers like Harold that I have on the phone, people on our team, to a meeting like that, have that conversation. I'd be happy to do that. You're welcome. Thank you.
Any other questions? Commissioner Soderstrom.
First, thank you, Marilyn. Thank you so much. It's nice to finally meet in person. We've been talking for years.
Yes.
I appreciate all the support that you've helped us as we've tried to wrestle with the solutions to different problems. I've almost forgotten my question now. When you begin, and I know Leelanau is one of the first counties, and we appreciate that very much. But what I wanted to let you know is our commission did pass a resolution, and right now have a study ongoing to identify the gaps in service by address.
Okay, great.
The maps, unfortunately, from Connect Michigan, and Tom Stevenson will be the first to tell you this, are not accurate yet. They're working on it. When we first launched our Leelanau Internet Futures team, we had all these internet providers in the room, and they said, "We looked at the maps. Why do you have us here? You have great service." We said, because we don't believe these maps. So what we're trying to do is find out underserved areas and served areas. We should have that data available. And perhaps that might help charter as you're looking at expansion, as Commissioner Lautner was saying, into certain areas that might make sense from an ROI.
No, that'd be wonderful, especially if you have it at address level. That's very helpful because as you can imagine, we might get a map, but without the background data, it's difficult to drill into it. And I've worked with Connect Michigan for almost 10 years and I've been involved in many of their county meetings and, they've sent me address lists to review, right? And unfortunately, sometimes the addresses aren't complete or they're missing a zip code and it's really difficult to isolate down, drill down. So anything like that would be super helpful. Thank you.
And I remembered my question.
Okay.
You had mentioned, also maybe this is a Harold question, but what percent are you doing in ground and what percent are you doing aerial?
Oh, good question. Harold, do you have that information? Percent underground versus aerial for the county?
Like I said, we're still in the engineering phase, but it looks like it's going to be approximately 85% aerial and 15% underground at this point.
It's more expensive to go underground, as you can imagine, right? So that's good to know. Thank you.
So much.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. And if you have no further questions, I'll step back.
Thank you.
Thanks again. Bye now.
All right, so then that would bring us to the Cherry Capital Airport. Captain Fines here.
Good morning. I'm Klein, Airport Director. In your packet is hopefully we'll call it the final step, the application to the FAA. You have a resolution in support of that, the attachment of the quitclaim deed, the bill of sale, the attachment for the termination of the lease between the Airport Commission and the counties, and then the proposed escrow to hold it all in place until the final close date of October 1.
In these, you want, is there two votes or is it just one for the resolution?
If
And the following documents.
If you can do one for the resolution and the following documents to support that, that has worked for both the Airport Commission and the other county, in Grand Traverse County.
So it would be one vote on the resolution, one vote on the following documents?
Correct.
That's what I thought.
Yeah, currently.
So does everyone understand that? One is on the resolution for the application and the other one is all the documents showing all the equipment, land and other things that are being transferred. Commissioner Lyon.
I know I have a motion on the floor yet, but has Coastal looked over all of these quitclaim deeds and?
They've been passed on to them. I do not have a final answer, but I know verbally they said they were compliant. So we'll probably have that shortly.
By Tuesday night?
Probably.
Okay.
But I don't think it's an issue because they actually reviewed the preliminary ones and made some suggestions that were incorporated into this.
Correct.
So I'm very confident that the changes were made since they're pretty minor and it was based on their feedback. I think Grand Traverse County agreed with the same change.
That is correct.
Commissioner Rush.
So I guess I can start the process then. I would move to recommend to the board to support the resolution for the submitting of the application to the FAA for the transfer of the airport to the Northwest Regional Airport Authority for the day-to-day operation and management of the Cherry Capital Airport, and to authorize transfer of property upon FAA approval of the transfer.
Board. Now, this is a resolution, so it would be next Tuesday a roll call, but this time we'll just do a voice vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, the same sign. Motion passes 7-0. Thank you.
A motion for each item.
Yeah, motion for the documents.
Okay. Individually?
No.
No.
Okay. I would move to recommend that the Board of Commissioners approve the supporting documents that will be submitted in the application for FAA, for the FAA, the transfer of the airport to the Northwest Regional Airport Authority for the day-to-day operations and management of Cherry Capital Airport.
Support. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, the same sign. Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for waiting today, Kevin.
No problem. Thank you.
All right, so then that brings us to the potential Lake Leelanau Preservation Board. And I'd just like to say that we met with them Friday, Chad and I, with the Lake Leelanau Lake Association at that time, and talked about moving forward in a way that we actually try to accomplish what they're trying to do without actually setting the board in place at this time. And the way that we talked about it is that the county actually paid for a study, which I know was not mandatory, or what would I say, it's not going to make if we put in the board, they do not have to follow that. If we put the board in authorizing, they would not have to follow these recommendations, but this would give us an idea of what it's going to cost and what would entail to do the attack the one.
Would you let me follow?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, obviously, this is a major issue. I think since March, a week hasn't gone by that Commissioner Bunnick and I have not talked about this. We appreciate all the emails and all the feedback we received from people. I'm starting my 10th year here, and I cannot think of another topic where we've had so much feedback, and we appreciate that. And I think all of us have probably read every single email that we have received on both sides. And I appreciate everyone here and the positive dialogue that we're having here on this. But based on those emails, there seems to be some common concerns and questions that we think we have a compromise solution that at least to go forward that addresses some of those. To back up, when we proposed the original resolutions, there were some concerns made by individuals. We tried to address those in terms of the length of the board, in terms of what their scope was, in terms of what the actual cost could be per year. So we put a cap on those. Unfortunately, the way the laws are written, that's not possible. So we looked at that option, just to tell that we looked at those seriously. I've also talked to our state rep and our state senator about this. I talked to Mr. O'Malley Friday morning about potential changing some of the law issues, because it is fairly restrictive. I think everyone agrees. The one common bond is, I think everyone agrees with 7 board members, with people in the audience, versus email, that this is a very serious problem that has to be addressed. And I, from a personal perspective, I'm very interested. I'm part of a private beach association. We have 1,000 feet on Lake Leelanau. My family uses it on a regular basis. I've seen the species coming on shore. I think it's a species coming on shore. So it's a serious issue that I think everyone agrees. So how do we move forward? I think based on those emails that we have received, there's 3 common questions that people are asking. One is, what is the cost? How much is it going to cost a year? Is it going to be 100,000? Is it going to be 200,000? Is it going to be 300,000? Is it going to be 400,000? We don't know. That seems to be a common question. Second common question is, until recently, people just were not aware of the problem, did not know all the background work. They're asking, can we have more information? Can we look at other options? Can we have a public forum to discuss this, how to go forward? And that seems to be a common thread. The third common thread was based on the emails is, what's prevent such a board from changing the fee structure after year 2 or 3 or 5 and so forth? So I think let's start with the last one and then go forward. In terms of the fee structure, if there was a Lake Association board, they have to have a feasibility study and they have to come up with a proposed budget. You know, we looked at it last year with the dam, whether it was worth doing a special assessment on that. Once that budget is established, the board has to stay within that parameter unless there's some very unique circumstances, which would have to create another feasibility study, another public forum to change the fee. So that part we got to resolve. But what Mr. Bunnick and I are suggesting is that the county pay for a study to address what the issues are, what the solutions are, and what the annual cost would be. We do have a proposal from Restorative Lake Sciences. They're highly respected. The director is a PhD in this topic. and is a certified professional watershed manager. The cost is $12,000, which obviously was not budgeted, but we do have the resources for that. It'll take approximately a month to have the results of that study. I think many of the questions that we have could be addressed in the study. Upon the study, if the board chooses to go forward with that, Mr. Bunnick and I were suggesting that once we have the study results, we would host a public forum and have people review the study, look at the cost, look at different options before the board makes a decision how to go forward. And so at this point, we're recommending that we, and you have a copy, this was emailed to you yesterday. And the reason was just yesterday, Mr. Bunnick and I just talked about it Friday morning. And we asked for a proposal, so we got this yesterday morning. I forwarded to all of you. I know you've been swamped with emails on this topic. But according to this, we could have a study done as little as 4 or 5 weeks. At the end of that 4 or 5 week period, once we have the report, we will make it public, and we could host a public hearing here to allow everyone to look at it, to ask their questions, to look at solutions before the board makes a decision how to proceed. So, in a nutshell, that's what we're proposing. Is that fair?
Yes, very good. Much better than I said it. Commissioner Rushing.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In listening to the people before us today, I think that we all agree, including my fellow board members, that there is an issue on the lake that needs to be addressed. From my perspective, it's how do we go about solving the issue? The idea of going out to get this information at this point, I believe, is premature. It will provide some good information, but it seems to me that I read somewhere that the Lake Association is currently using this company and may already have information that has not come forward to us yet. Here's one thing that this board needs to consider. This milfoil is in the lake. It's been in the lake for 3 years. How many other lakes is it in? We don't know the answer to that question. How many times are we going to go through this process to take care of a problem that is never ending by putting a Band-Aid on this particular issue? If we're going to spend money for one lake, we're going to spend money for all other, I believe there's 33 lakes. Are we prepared to do that? I really believe that there needs to be a broader discussion on this issue, not just for this lake, but all our lakes. I've heard people in Glen Arbor or Empire or in other areas of the county, they don't want to pay for Lake Leelanau. Some people want the whole county tax, some people want the businesses tax, some people just want the riparians tax. Nobody's happy, but everybody wants the problem to go away like a magic wand. So what I'd like to see all of us do together, instead of creating a divisive community in this regard, I would like to see us facilitate a couple forums, get all of this out on the table, get all the ideas, look at the resources that we have. We've already been hearing that we have a lot of resources with those people who live on the lake. Some are biologists, some are attorneys, some are fundraisers, whatever they are, they have ideas. So I personally will not support a lake preservation board under the law it's written, because in my opinion, I do believe that it's an unfair law and there does need to be a change. But the question is, can we wait for the change? We're a community. We all have the same objective. Let's work together. This board, this county should facilitate that opportunity to the people who want this taken care of. That's my position.
Any other comments? Commissioner Elder.
I do not believe this is a Lake Leelanau only problem. Yes, we have 33 lakes. We are a tourist-based economy in Leelanau County. It supports our tax base. Our lakefront owners and waterfront owners comprise 51% of our tax base. We can't pretend that this is just a riparian of Lake Leelanau issue. It affects the entire county. I mentioned at another meeting going to Cape Cod. It's not fun to drive along highways and see closed businesses. Leelanau County is a wonderful place to live. It's a wonderful place to be. I think we, as a county, need to protect our precious resources. And I especially hear the riparians' point. They're not the ones bringing in the milfoil. So we do need to address this. Let me just say as an aside, we called an old friend who lives downstate. He's been active on Lakes and Streams Association for years and years and years. They live on a little tiny 124-acre lake. We asked him about milfoil. He said, oh yeah, we've had it for 25 years. You know, oh yeah. And what we do is we have a weed harvester that cuts the weeds down to 5 feet 3 times a summer so that we can run our boats. It costs the residents $1,000 a year. They poison new infestations, and he said, oh, by the way, you can't use a half solution. You gotta use the full strength, or it won't do any good. You really gotta poison it. So I don't think any of us want this to be our county known as, oh yeah, well, the lakes are all weed bound. But it's still a pretty place to go. Just don't plan on going in the water. We need to deal with this as an entire county. We also need help with addressing the boat launch issue. That's real. We can have boat washes. That's not 100%. What about the fishermen who come in April and May? What about the fishermen who come in October? Some of those guys, I live on a lake, some of those guys are incredible. They're out there, it's freezing, it's November, it's, God bless them. So this is a multifaceted issue. I believe it is a county issue. What we're known for could be ruined. So I support this, doing this study. I hear people, they want to know a little bit more. They want to know some parameters, some potential costs. But we have to be very, very serious in addressing this issue as an entire county. We could go back to being just a rural farm community, but guaranteed we'll also be a county with a lot of empty businesses. People on lakes that move away, empty houses, it's not pretty. We've got to address this, and I support county action to do this in an intelligent way. And I also applaud the Lake Association for having worked on this for 2 years. And yes, they need help. Y'all join the Lake Association. They need your help.
Commissioner West.
I like the idea of the study. Commissioner Rushton referenced, maybe we already have the data, and I wonder if I can ask Brian Price to answer that question. If he'd come to the table and answer the question about, as the lake biologist, does this make sense to you as a duplication of what you already have, or is it something that we need to do?
That's a good question. I think Commissioner Rushton brought up the fact that the Lake Association has hired this particular company. I don't know of any other company that has the capability of doing this study. I don't know everything. It's possible that somebody else does. We hired them to, within months of discovering Eurasian water milfoil, we hired this company to be a outside contractor that would scan these beds and give us a visual image of where they were and what they were constituted of, and give us a volume estimate. These were things that we didn't have the capability of doing ourselves. So that's the limit. And then in the second year, we hired them to do a full survey around the shoreline of the entire lake, north and south. The question there being, again, what's changing from one year to the next with these weed beds? But also, even more importantly, do we have anything else that we ought to be worried about? And at that time, a year ago, we have Eurasian water milfoil, and we don't really have anything else out in the middle of the lake. And there's lots of other stuff to be worried about. So that's, we have just this week, the lake was scanned again. Actually, I guess it was last Thursday, I'm sorry, last week. And so we can compare what we're doing for treatment, hopefully, when we get the scans. Are we diminishing the problem of these infestations? So I want to make sure that you understand that we have never had the kind of like close relationship. They're not our consultant. We hired them because they have a capability of doing some scientific work that we don't have, and we don't know of anybody else that can do it.
May I ask a question?
Was Commissioner Wessel through?
No, thank you very much.
Sure.
Could you clarify your statement? You said that they've done a couple surveys for you, correct? The last one being last Thursday.
They did a scan last week, which we haven't seen the results of, and a scan 2 years ago in the fall. And they did the full survey and scan of the lake last year.
And is that where you suspect that we have the milfoil problem, in those areas that you had scanned?
When we asked them to scan, we put them on the places we know there's milfoil.
Okay.
A year ago, we asked them to do the whole lake and look at everything.
Okay, so we do have that information available currently.
We don't have this year's information. The scans apparently are available and would be included in this feasibility study.
Right.
I'm sure.
Duplication is what you're saying. You also mentioned, and this is where I'd like the clarification, you said something about you did the perimeter, but there's lots of other stuff. What do you mean by that, lots of other stuff?
Lots of other stuff means there's lots of bad invasive species that are nearby in some cases, but at least in Michigan, that if we have boat launches with no cleaning stations, and we, people here were absolutely right. That's probably the entry point, and our doors are wide open. Now we've just begun to address that. We're going to have a boat cleaning station at the Bingham boat launch, which is the most used one on the lake. And we do need to get a handle. We have a lot of boat launches, and we need to have all the ones that we have open. At some point, we should have cleaning stations at.
Now, are you the engineer or the biologist for the lake?
My title is lake biologist. I'm not an engineer.
Okay, so let me ask you, as a biologist, is it possible that birds can be infecting that lake with milfoil?
That's pretty conjectural. I think that it's possible, but I don't think that that's a major vector. I think that the major vector is what we think it is. It's boat launches.
Oh, it could very well be. But the point that I'm trying to make here is that it's known that birds, loons or whatever, will transport, they'll pick off whatever, and they'll transport that stuff. So the possibility of other lakes being infected with the boats and the natural, it's inevitable.
I don't think any of this is, perhaps I'm more of an optimist than some people. A lot of it, one of the benefits of this discussion is that every lake in Leelanau County is looking really hard at every new weed that shows up that they didn't see before. And I tell you what, if you get to it quick enough and you go out there and hand pull it, and there may be other technologies that will be coming on that'll be better, but you can, Glen Lake had an infestation of a thing called curly leaf pondweed, and they pulled it out. They found it. It was a very small area. They got rid of it. Hasn't come back. And we are doing the same thing in Lake Leelanau, where we're taking it, the isolated small infestations, and we're pulling these weeds. We're going to roll it back to where it's in the middle of the lake, the middle of the South Lake right now. And then we're attacking that too, but we're trying to get it. The places where it isn't, we need to keep it in those places. And I think we can.
Another one of my questions in regards to all of this, where's the DNR on this issue? Do they not have grants and
Nancy, you may want to come up. You've done talking to
biologists?
the DNR.
I understand that they have a couple launches over there on that lake. And
DNR has 4 boat launches on Lake Leelanau.
So we're working with the DNR to put the boat cleaning station at Bingham. And, basically they have an invasive species strategy document. And, they say with the 11,000 lakes in Michigan, our role is to provide educational material to nonprofits. And so that is their current resourcing. And I think legislatively, the DNR has to be empowered and resourced to do more than they are today. And as far as grants go, we did apply to Eagle for a $40,000 grant for the boat cleaning station. First time ever boat cleaning stations were actually part of a grant process. And after a tremendous amount of work putting together that application, we were denied. Another comment said there's money available for invasive species. Michigan's invasive species grant for this year was $400,000. And there are 11,000 lakes in this state. So, and the criteria was that your invasive species work had to have regional impact, like research. So, saying we can fund this with grants is a very unlikely proposition.
I still believe that, as I suggested earlier, that we have a broader conversation about this. And personally, I would like to make a request to the DNR to have somebody, their biologist or somebody, come to our meeting and have a discussion. They are a part of the issue here. They have boat launches. It's a public lake. We don't own the lake. So I think we should have both DNR and Eagle at the table. And who knows what their resources could be. We don't know because we haven't had the opportunity to have a conversation face to face where our citizens have a conversation face to face.
Yes. Brian, thank you for being here. And you were talking that the Lake Leelanau Lake Association has paid for a scan, so we have some baseline data that could be compared to. And Commissioner Bunnick and Janik were talking about doing the study to address issues, solutions, and costs. So my question is, what additional data, what kind of information that you haven't had so far will we be getting from this study?
I would hope that the study will discuss in general terms the different control strategies that are potentially available to us. And that's in that scoping document. But I want them to also look at what we've done so far. And are we gaining on this an independent assessment of whether what we're doing is effective? I believe it is. I think that their scans will show that. But we need that independent confirmation. And that's the most important thing. And their recommendation on how we can effectively continue to bring this stuff under control. And I do want people to kind of look at the big picture the way I look at it. We were pretty early in catching this, but not anywhere near early enough. By the time we found it, there were at least more than a dozen pretty severe infestations. Another lake, like Little Traverse Lake, they may catch it way earlier and knock it out immediately. They should. But so there's a growth curve, you know, and we caught it fairly early before it became almost impossible to control. We think we have a very narrow window to bring it under control early enough and cost effectively without the use of chemicals. But if we miss that window, if we let this go a little bit more, it will be either nearly impossible to bring it under control or extremely expensive and a lot of damage to the reputation of the lake, to the property values, to everybody's use of the lake. But so in regard to solutions, somebody at a house meeting that we did the other day waited and listened to the debate about how to deal with this and what the pros and cons are. And he said a timely solution that is perhaps imperfect is far preferable to the perfect solution that is several years down the road. And I do believe that's the case. We are bringing it under control. I think we can't let up because the time is not on our side. You're dealing with a biological agent that expands and shows up in new places. It's not that we can't bring it under control. We just can't let it go for a few years while we as a community try to figure out what the perfect solution is.
Commissioner Mock.
I hardly know where to start on this issue. When this was dropped on us, and this was dropped on us in April, we had no idea about this. We had Nancy Popa, John Popa, and I believe Brian, maybe someone else come before us and say, we must do this, and we're the Lake Association in here, do this. We since found out that until very recently, we haven't heard from the majority of the riparians on the lake. So I have to thank everybody for stepping forward and coming forward and telling us your concerns. As Commissioner Rushton said, we all have one common goal, and that's to get rid of this weed if we can, or control it if we can. The question is how. The other thing we can all agree on is that no one wants to pay for it. There's no clear-cut way of how this should be paid for. Because I've heard from a lot of people in my district who they don't want to pay for Lake Leelanau, they don't want to pay for Glen Lake, they don't want to pay for Traverse Lake, and they don't want to pay for any lakes. They don't live on a lake, which comes to the situation of the county and county dollars. So obviously, if we use county dollars, they are some of everyone's dollars. As I told Nancy and John early on, I don't like authorities, and I don't like taxation, and I certainly don't like authorities that have the ability to tax without representation. So I absolutely will not support this lake board in the way this legislation is written. We've done some very different things in the past with this lake. We did the assessment district when we replaced the dam. We did pay 50%, riparians paid the other 50%. And as they will tell me over and over that they pay a little bit more than 50% because they're paying their county taxes. I get that. When it came to the dam repairs, we did pay the full amount of the dam repairs. But by court order, we have to keep the level of the lake up. Who we haven't heard from is, and I think it's very important that we do, is we need to hear from DNR. I think they need to come up, and they're the ones collecting the fishing licenses. They're collecting the boat license fees, they're collecting trailer fees, and someone's collecting fishing tournament fees. We don't get any of those. So I think that the DNR has some responsibility. I think the state has some responsibility. And I think the Lake Association has some responsibility too. And I think there needs to be some communication and no better time than now, because I now know who lives on the lake and who doesn't, from all the emails and phone calls that I've received. So, we haven't seen, a vote of the right parents, and we may already be past that. I do want to see us maybe put together a committee. I think the study is one thing, but at the same time, I think it's really important that we start some committee to come up with some plans of our own and some ideas. I know the Conservancy owns a lot of the river, and I've heard, and I hope it's not true, that the Conservancy doesn't want to pay. I've heard over and over in the past couple of weeks that if the riparians have to pay, the Conservancy has to pay, and DNR has to pay, and anyone else who has access to that lake, or boat launches or whatever else has, businesses, everyone. Heard that over and over. So I would like, if we can't pass the motion by Tuesday night, I would make the motion today if I knew exactly how to word it, but I support a delay in this issue for Mr. Rexroth's proposition of getting together with our representatives, Jack O'Malley and Kurt Vanderwall, and working on changing this legislation so that it can work for Leelanau County. And that I can support. In the meantime, have a committee, and we can start fundraising now, we can start plans now, I think everything needs to come to the table. We just have to provide that table for those public forums.
Is that a motion?
I would make that motion. Yes, the motion would be to delay the Lake Board decision and support the idea that we would support changing the legislation at the state level of 309.
Point of order. The motion, albeit a good motion, doesn't relate to what we were discussing in terms of whether or not to do a survey and move forward with it.
Right, this is all a discussion of the Lake Board and how we want to approach it. So, it is pertinent to it, but we don't have a second, so. Okay, so it fails for lack of a second.
So if what we're talking,
Okay,
the
so-
study.
Yeah,
So if we include the study, to run the study parallel to it, I'm just trying to run that parallel.
Well,
yeah, let me just go back, the way we told you, just to clarify that. We are proposing, Mr. Bonk and I, that you fund the study, and then we do basically what you said, have an open forum, have dialogue, look at all options. But at least we feel that it's critical that we have this information. I think this group did some preliminary work for you, but as I read this, and I talked to Mr. Hyatt yesterday, this will give us a better blueprint how to go forward. We look at solutions and costs. I think that's the biggest issue. People want to know what's the cost can be. And I did, as I mentioned, I did talk to Representative O'Malley Friday morning, and he actually is in contact with DNR. I know Mr. Vanderwall has been also too. I think they are looking at some potential changes in the laws. With the DNR, according to Mr. O'Malley told him, the DNR representatives he talked to, they're kind of limited by their state funding and how they allocate money. One of the things they talked about, I'm not saying this will happen, but they even talked about raising the registration fee by $1 or $2 and apply that to the invasive species thing. So a lot of dialogue, I think, going on Lansing. However, they both warned me, and I'm sure you all agree, this will not be a quick, easy process to change the law. But that is part of what we were talking about. Do a study, have open forums, have dialogue with everyone, come up with a long-term solution. But one of the things we need to know is what kind of dollars are we talking about and what are the solutions?
Commissioner Robbins.
Just a moment, Mr. Chairman, if I
Oh,
may.
sure. Go ahead.
Point of order. We are talking about the lake board, and that was what my motion spoke to.
Right, but no one seconded
I
it,
don't
so.
know if anybody had an opportunity to second it. We were trying to word the motion. So that is exactly what, this can be a separate motion of whether we do the study to go alongside of it. So, right, so I put my motion back out there. My motion is to delay the lake board and hold committee forums and work, and that we support the change in the legislation at state level.
So I'll support for conversation. What you're saying, one, delay lake board. Two, are you saying form a committee? Are we forming a committee for discussion about how we are going to address the concerns of the citizens as a group?
And look for ideas and brainstorm and et cetera. Yes, put it all on the table.
Mr. Robbins, oh, I'm sorry. Well, Commissioner Robbins had his hand up before that. You're the second, so you actually comes first.
This is one of those days where I feel like I'm the tennis match. You got two sides here going back and forth. It's my understanding that we're not even voting on a board today. We're talking about this study. And let's push the rewind button. This study probably should have happened back in March. We wouldn't be sitting here today. Maybe we'd have some results and be moving forward. So I look at, we have the study. We need to move forward with the study and do the math on it. Probably going to cost the taxpayers maybe 65 cents a piece for a study that we've been asking all along. I mean, as a board, we've been hounding these people out here. Where's your study? Where's your information? And now we want a study. Now we're fighting. I mean, it's like, the committees, we got the committees out here. They're right out here in front of us. We got Lansing involved. When we get the answer what the problem is in the lake, we can start having the committees and get the solutions and start moving forward. But, until then, we're just gonna go back and forth. I mean, we're not talking about starting a board here today. We're trying to find an answer to what the problem is in the lake.
Mr. Rushton.
Thank you, Commissioner Robbins, for your comments. However, I would like to point out to you that on the agenda number 5, it says potential Lake Leelanau Preservation Board. So I do believe that in addition to the are you guys finished?
We'll just talk about procedural issues.
Okay, Bob.
Sorry.
Chet and our chairman decided to have a conversation about fixing the problem on their own. I have a problem with that. This is a whole board. Okay. And although I am not against possibly going out to get the study, my questions to the Lake Association was for that exact reason, because I wanted to know if we already have information available to us before we spent $12,000. Now, I agree $12,000 is not a whole lot of money, and that the cost to the taxpayer is minimal, but what information is already available? He just said they had a another study done last Thursday. Those results aren't even in yet. So before we jump out there, have we seen the results of any of the studies that have been done? Do we have any idea of the size and scope? That hasn't been presented. Those reports have not been presented. So.
Yeah, our county council is here on Zoom, and I was wondering if he wanted to have any input into this at this time. Thanks, Tim Crowe.
Thank you. Over the last couple of days, I've seen a couple of memos and letters raising objections to the formation of the Lake Preservation Board. The Lake Preservation Board was an option presented to the county board by the Lake Association, and we explored putting together a resolution for the county board to go that route under Part 309, the statutory authority by which the county can proceed on a lake improvement of this nature. The petition was not signed by 2/3, a majority of the riparian lot owners. And so it was going to happen under the alternative of the county acting on its own motion. And it appears that there's a lot of opposition by the riparian owners to the point where the county would be reluctant to proceed in the face of that opposition. Now, some of the opposition is not as informed as others. But be that as it may, we haven't heard of alternative proposals. The thing is, for the county, you have to have statutory authority to act. And the statute that we are relying on in Part 309 has a certain procedure and its limitations with regard to establishing a lake board, the composition of the lake board, the description of a lake improvement project, and the special assessment district that would include all parcels of land that benefit and local units. So not necessarily limited to riparians, but also local units, together with the county board's discretionary authority to contribute up to 25% of the cost. But in order to know what that cost is, there has to be that preliminary study to be undertaken. And so it sounds like the county administrator is suggesting that we proceed with at least getting that preliminary study to have a better idea as to what the cost might be, because it is correct on some of the objections that once you have the lake board, if we're not sure of exactly how much it's going to cost, then they have to make the determination after the preliminary study as to whether to proceed or not, and establish their budget accordingly and impose the special assessments to cover all of that. It's also correct that we tried looking into a time limit, but the objections were that the statute has a specific dissolution provision to the point where we really can't control how long this goes on. There's also been questions raised about how specific and discrete the project is with regard to the Eurasian water milfoil, other invasive plant species, other invasive animal species, to the point where this could get to a point where the costs are very substantial, and the county board has then lost control of the process because the lake board would be able to review that and make the determination. Yes, they have public hearings, public forum, but regardless of what the public input is, they could make the decision, and then the challenges could rise as to the specific special assessments as to whether or not they comport with the actual benefit that's received. Same thing for the at-large benefits, although the statute does contemplate that the county would have the discretion to provide up to 25%. It's not really clear if the county itself could also be specially assessed to that. There's been reference to potential statutory amendments. That would probably be helpful to clarify this. That's a process that could take a while. In the meantime, there was also a reference to grants and other sources of funding that the Lake Association itself could tap into. It wouldn't need the county's involvement because a lot of this opposition deals with concerns about how much it's going to cost and who's going to have to pay without knowing in advance exactly how much. And I'm happy to answer any other questions.
So, thank you, Tim. So I just propose that we support this group's effort in getting the state law changed. Is that by, if we were to pass this motion in support the idea of getting that legislation changed so that we could get some of those things in that we were looking for, more control over the district, more control over the cost, a possible sunset clause on it, and be involved in the scope. Is that something you would then be able to assist in doing?
I can assist in whatever resolution the board wants to come up with, wants to support. But if you're talking about meeting with state representatives and lobbying for amendments to the statute.
No, I'm thinking language. I'm thinking language and how that would be.
Yes, if we have a general idea of where we're going on that. Certainly.
Okay.
Commissioner Westphal.
I know we have a motion on the floor. I don't think the motion on the floor is where we start. I like the proposal. We need to get more information. And I trust that if we contract for this study, we can coordinate with that person and not do the redundant things. Work with the Lake Association with their data. But I think the place to start, we ought to work with our legislators but we don't need another committee. We need to know what we need to know. So I'm going to vote no on the motion, but I'm going to support a motion for the study.
Commissioner Soderstrom.
And I'm going to vote no on the motion for the very same reason, and I would like to propose a motion as soon as we finish with the one that's on the floor.
Commissioner Rush.
You know, we've got 6 townships that surround this lake. And do we have any township supervisors or board members in the room? I find that quite alarming. Do the townships realize that they also can be assessed? Has anybody had a conversation with their township supervisors?
No, my town board's all working.
In the beginning, I had mentioned that I had suggested that the Lake Board Association go to the local townships and have this conversation in their local, at the local level, so that the people in those communities can interact with the government closest to them. Of course, that would take too much time because this is an urgent matter. That was one of my other reasons for suggesting that we have some sort of a committee or a get-together, because at that time, not only can we hear from DNR and Eagle, we can also hear from our local townships. And everybody who lives in a community can work together and get hopefully a person that would represent maybe a board, lake board, and a person who does not represent, and have 2 people from each township come to these meetings for discussion and input. But I'm all for the process that allows the people to be heard, but it looks like we just want to move forward and not hear those voices of the people we serve.
Well, I would say that I've suggested with Chet that we do this study because I believe that does move us forward. And you're correct. I want us to move. We need to attack the milfoil. We cannot let this go on forever. And my thinking with this is that we get this information, we get an idea. I know that it's not going to obligate this board if it gets formed to anything that we come up with, but it gives everyone an idea of what the board may do if it likes this study. And it gives us an idea of the cost that we could have. Also, it moves the project forward in a way, but my concern is there's talk about raising money again for next year. And if that can happen, I'm willing to wait for the legislature to try to change it. But knowing the Lake Association, they're not willing to work to raise the money. I shouldn't say they're not willing to. They've done it for 2 years for now, and they're as less willing to be on their own to try to raise the funds. And I think that the idea of raising the funds is possible if we've got more people involved. So if the funds could be raised, and it has to get started, because we have to make a decision, I would say, by October. I'm not going to support the motion, but I do support the idea that we delay this, try to work with it, but we need to get it in place. If we need to have, I think, this information, we need to have, more input and try to resolve this. And hopefully we'll know that the legislature is going to be working on it, because they're not even in session right now. So I would agree with Commissioner Sluis-Little that we can move it forward. Okay.
I think there's a lot of common ground here. I think we're kind of explaining a couple of points of clarification. On the way this proposal was received, Mr. Bunnick and I met with the Lake Association members Friday. This week we will be meeting with Mr. Rexwell and his group also. So we've been trying to be open to everybody. We suggested that they come up with a feasibility study Friday. We got it Monday afternoon. I called Mr. Bunnick. All of you received it at the same time. So there was no dialogue. No dialogue occurred between myself. I can't speak for Mr. Bunnick, but I have no dialogue with him about this resolution. I received it, forwarded to the commissioners with my email. All 7 of you got it at the exact same time. Mr. Bunnick and I had a verbal discussion yesterday. I told him I received it, and we both agreed we should forward to the commissioners as soon as possible. So that's the process there. If there is no motion today to form a lake board, that will not be on the agenda next Tuesday. So basically, in effect, it will be delayed, because if there's no motion, it will not go forward. And basically, and we are talking about having a public forum. I mean, that's what we talked about. Let's get the results, then let's have a public forum, or forums, maybe more than one. But let's come up with this. So this is where Mr. Bunnick and I were coming. I just want to clarify that there was no behind the scenes dialogues or commitments made. And all 7 of you saw this at the exact same time.
And maybe I'd like to invite Mr. Rexrow forward and anybody he wants to, if he wanted to come to the table and talk with us about it.
Well, I would appreciate that.
Yeah. So
May I make a statement?
I can just pull up here next to you there, Nancy.
Yeah.
and you can bring a representative if you want.
Okay,
We don't really.
Yes, I want to give my commissioners some thought here, because I'm going to withdraw my motion, even though I think you're absolutely right. There is common ground here. If I no motion, we're going silly, and that's fine. I think that we want to work, I think I'm gathering that we want to work with the group to find another solution if possible. But are we opposed to helping with that process? Are we opposed to forums on it? Are we opposed to?
You mean facilitating a forum?
Facilitating.
First of all, is that okay with the second to remove that?
Yes.
Okay.
And I certainly hope we will put some teeth behind supporting the legislation change. Because I think that's going to go a long ways if this Board of Commissioners supports the legislation change. So that's my comments for now. I'm prepared to listen.
Go ahead.
First of all, I feel bad that we seem to be in this adversarial position on a thing that we, well, yeah, thank you, Dan. We all agree on what we have to get done at some point.
Absolutely.
The disagreements only come in how we get there. And, the idea that the board is considering, looking at a study shows there's a little bit of idea of responsibility on their end. I caution those here though, because that is going to give you a little slice of what it might look like. I'm going to quote 324, 309, 27, because we all know once this board says yes, it won't matter what you thought. It won't matter anyone's opinion. It won't matter how nice people are. This will strictly be governed by 451 Part 309. So these are the expenses allowed for in the board. And this first line gives you an idea. The fees and expenses of special commissioners. So all the way through the act, there is no definition of what a special commissioner is. There's no mention of where they are fit in to they're just not mentioned anywhere other than this part. So we don't know what they are and we don't know how to find them. But when we do, we'll pay their fees and expenses. That's part of the cost that will be borne besides what this study comes up. The estimated cost of an appeal if the apportionment made by the Lake Board is not sustained. The estimated cost of inspections, the cost of publishing all notices required, all costs of the circuit court, any legal expenses incurred in connection with the project, including litigation expenses, the cost of any judgments or orders entered against the Lake Board or Special Assessment District, and attorney fees. Fees for any permits required in connection with the project. Interest on bonds, which probably wasn't applicable. And this last one just catches it all. Any other costs necessary for the administration of Lake Board proceedings, including but not limited to compensation of the members of the Lake Board. So this can be a paid position. Record compilation, retention, state and county or local and governmental or professional staff fees. So yes, the study will give you an idea of what it takes. The person at the end you're going to pay to do the thing. But the things I just said can be triple or quadruple those costs in the long run. And that study will give us no indication as to what those costs are. One way to get that indication and how to do this fairly is to give us some time to make the changes to state law. I haven't heard anyone object, even Attorney Perone, your county counsel pretty much laid out our case for us, to you. He laid out the concerns, what the problems are, and what the risks are. So I'm not reading. I'm grateful for his comments because he pretty much said what I've been saying for the last 6 weeks. So whether to do the study or not, I question what it brings to you unless you can bring me a reasonable estimate of all of these other costs. And the problem with that is all of these other costs are variable and change every year. You cannot predict what will be attacked, what legal challenges will come. But if you do have legal challenges, your defense of them would be part of the Lake Board fees. In addition, as Will mentioned, this study, there's no requirement for the Lake Board to use a study that you create. The project is invasive species, which is a never completed project. It is possible to get additional studies, additional input as the threat changes. And so that might be something we know to start with, but there's no way to know what that's going to cost in 5 years, 3 years, 2 years, 8 years. And this is because the act is not intended for this type of issue at all. That's where all the problems come from to begin with. The ambiguity in the law allows for all sorts of things that no one in here can predict until it got fleshed out in court. There's no way for this commission to make this study binding on the Lake Board. So there's no way to how that plays out. All you have is a pinky promise from people who are not even on the Lake Board. No one in this room right now knows who that Lake Board members will be. And certainly no one knows who the Lake Board members will be in 20 years. So it's kind of nice to have this information, but it's a tiny slice of the picture. It doesn't give anyone any really better information on what's going to happen once the Lake Board is formed. Because once you say yes, that document can be ripped up, thrown away, and start all over And we don't know how that's gonna be 3 years from now, 5 years. And what are all these other costs? And who, my biggest question, who are these special commissioners? I'm kidding a little bit. Okay, that's supposed to be funny because they're not defined anywhere in the act.
Commissioner Sorslow.
Thank you. Well, I think, Mr. Eckrow, you bring a lot of important points. I would like not to tie this study to the board. I think, thanks to the Lake Leelanau Lake Association, we know we have a problem.
Yeah.
We know a lot about the problem. We appreciate their efforts to try and cope with the problem thus far.
Agreed.
So I think we're at a point where, to pick up what Brian Price was saying, we need to, compare data to the baseline data that's there. We need to look at, are the solutions that are being imposed right now the correct solutions? Is it working? Are there better solutions, better alternatives that we could be doing? And what is the cost to really do remediation and prevention over time, so that when we have that data, then we can say, okay, is the lake board the way to go, or is there another way? Can the county fund it? Can there be this implementation of raising fees? Because I think the answer is you gotta have the money to solve the problem. I mean, that's where it's a means to the end. The lake board, in a way, while providing information and hopefully scientific expertise, it's a means to the end, which is the end is preventing this from spreading further. So I would like to move to recommend that we proceed with the comprehensive lake improvement feasibility study for the Lake Leelanau community with Restorative Lake Sciences LLC at a cost of $12,000 to be paid from
Special projects.
special projects. Support.
Did someone support it?
I support it.
Okay, I'm sorry. Yeah, go ahead, you go first.
Just a quick speaking to that, I too agree this is a county-wide problem. I agree it isn't fair for one group to have the burden of financing that problem. I think we need to find, whether there's a board established or whatever, we need to find a solution so that this cost can be spread more fairly across groups. And maybe it is through the board, who knows? But I think that we need a more, just to quote a friend of mine I met with yesterday, a comprehensive plan to look at all of the lakes. Because as I think Mr. Price was indicating, if it's in one, it's in others. And maybe to a lesser degree, it can be hand-pulled in one, but it has to have something more dramatic done in another, like Lake Leelanau. But let's start with Lake Leelanau because we know it's there and that's a heavily used lake and it's more likely to spread it elsewhere more quickly. So it makes sense to me to start there, but to not forget the rest of the lakes of the county and to ultimately come up with some kind of a comprehensive strategy for going after this. Thanks.
Commissioner Wesson.
Yeah, I support everything that you've said. I don't see, I'm going to support this motion. I don't see this tying our hands and saying we're also supporting a lake board. I think this gives us some time to work with the legislator, to look at other options, to consider what the county responsibility might be and what we might be able to do. So I think this just moves us forward and accomplishes what Commissioner Lautner wanted to accomplish, and I support this.
Mr. Rush.
I have a question. You've been working with this agency for 3 years now, correct? 2.5 years?
Yeah, working with is not exactly I mean, we've had discussions with them and we hired them to do some work on the lake. But we've never had them put together the complete picture, give us a full analysis.
Okay.
It's one thing to gather data. It's another thing to pay for a firm like that to take all the data and all the information that they have and give you a detailed analysis and recommendations. And that's what you'd be paid for.
So my question to you is, when you engaged the company in their services, did they make recommendations to you at that time on how to control or eliminate?
The answer to that is no.
Okay, and where
We've had some conversations. I have a sense of the things that they favor and don't favor, but nothing in writing, nothing specific saying you should be doing this or we would advocate for that. No.
And what made you decide to use the procedures that you have used in the lake? Where did you come up with the idea that laying mats down or sending divers down to hand pluck? Where did you get those ideas that that was effective?
That came almost entirely from spending the first winter, so 2019 into 2020, researching what other lakes had done and working with the Grand Traverse Band and their inland lake policy specialist, Dan Mays, who's still heavily involved in this, discussing it with the Lake Association Board, but also with people from the Nature Conservancy's Invasive Species Program, researching what other, admittedly, we didn't want to go to chemical treatments. We were looking primarily or almost entirely at everything else that we could do. So it was our decision based on our research.
Sure.
And also we wrote for grants. The Grand Traverse Band, I want to point out, is in the middle of a 3-year grant to investigate the combination of techniques that we are using. And I think that at the end of that 3-year process, we will have a much better handle on, but we need to fund the 3rd year from our end of it. They have funding for 3 years.
Mm-hmm. So, my next question is, you know, you're saying that this company, if we do a complete study, they're going to give us all the different ways to either eradicate or control the invasive species that we're looking at. So if there was something new out there, why would they not have shared that information voluntarily about an effective process to use, since you've already been working with these people? I guess the point that I'm trying to make is there probably isn't anything new. Is there?
I would love to discuss new possibilities because frankly, the things that we're doing, I believe are working, but they're kind of crude techniques. You know, I don't think they're
and costly.
There is in that feasibility study, there's a new thing on the line, coming on the line called UV light treatment, which actually has a lot of potential. And I'm very interested in it. And she included that. She would analyze whether that could be useful. It's not authorized in Michigan. It's too new. It would probably replace what we're doing with these benthic barriers because it zaps with light and kills whatever's under the array. So we're very interested in new ideas, as long as they're effective and cost effective. Frankly, we don't like to spend money if we can get results that are cheaper.
Thank you for your time.
Yeah, Mr. Perone, did you have anything to say more about this?
No, I think a lot of the discussion is on point here. I just wanted to indicate that there had been some opposition and some of the statements made in opposition were not accurate, and I addressed those with the county administrator. But otherwise, one of the major themes in that was that there would be legal challenges arising from the establishment of the Lake Board. And so I think that's also something to be taken into account by the county board in its deliberations.
Mr. Rexroth, do you want anything else?
I guess it's just, I mean, I'm happy to be sitting here. I mean, what title are you with? I don't know, you're vice president, or are you on a board member?
I'm a board member.
And the biologist, and I'm just Doug Rexroth. I found out, I walked out of church 6 weeks ago and someone asked me, do you know about this? And through a whole bunch of late night phone calls and typing and reading this act 500 times, here I sit. I don't mind, but we've never had a meeting. We don't have an organization in place like the Lake Association does. But we are very concerned people, and I guess, I don't know if just everyone, I was kind of not paying attention, everyone took a step back or what, but I don't mind being a part of this whole conversation, but I don't want to mislead anyone on, who and what I am and where I come from. We just started calling people and asking them if they knew about it. And the more people we called, the more we found out that didn't know about it, the more that became extremely concerned when they found out how the act governed the thing. And so I'm just here basically as a concerned citizen, but I guess also I'm here with Nancy and Brian, and I'm glad to be here. So I don't know, I feel awkward because everyone here has a title. I'm somebody's dad and somebody's wife, so, or husband, I mean. That's probably acceptable in today's world. So.
That is possible these days.
Yeah, I may identify.
Well, now I'm just gonna call the question. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, the same sign.
Aye.
So the motion passes 6-1. So we will get the study. Hopefully that will help and we can move forward.
I just want to, I want to speak quickly, I don't want this to be a delay tactic and have everyone thinks nothing's going to happen, and then come August or September, this board decide to do something because we have to do something and do the wrong thing. So that's why, doing something, do something isn't always, taking action isn't always the right thing. So stay tuned. And I deeply regret that maybe by Tuesday night, we will pass a motion to support, maybe a resolution to support getting that legislation changed so that we can all work together.
Well, I appreciated that you had asked the question to Mr. Perone about helping to write the language. So, I mean, people who do want, if they want to make suggestions, and we can pass those on, and he'll help us write the additions to the language or the changes to 309 so that we can get it in here and work so we can have representation.
Could I just ask one quick thing? Well,
Sure.
is in addition to getting the study, will anyone be working on some way to identify the 11 or 12 other categories of board expenses that will have to be part of the special assessment district? And who would do that and in what manner?
Hopefully we won't need to do that with the new legislation. Hopefully we're not going to.
That's what we hope the legislation would eliminate and clarify.
Eliminate all that.
Yeah, I mean, but of course, according to the information you're getting from the lake study, which only addresses the actual treatment portion, is as far as giving an idea to someone what the cost is, that information is only a small sliver without this additional information. So
It's great.
I think we're very supportive of legislative changes. Clearly, Part 309 has flaws in it. But I worry about the length of time. I've been involved in legislative change before, and it can take years. And I think the Lake Association is very concerned about delaying putting in place a sustainable revenue model. And so, and the question is, who's going to lead the effort to change the legislation? I mean, we're a nonprofit organization. We are not allowed to lobby by law. And, you need a lobbyist. Who's going to pay for that? So even though I'm very supportive of it, I think we need a solution to be put in place. And even if it's temporary, a solution of sustainable revenue and a model to oversee the work.
Mr. Allen.
And I imagine you have looked at other models, but perhaps, I think that's something we also need to look at very quickly, because whatever we do, the work cannot be delayed. I really like, this is a terrible statement, I'd like the milfoil to stay in Lake Leelanau and be reduced so that we're not talking about it on our lake. I have a concern in the meantime. I had a call from an old friend yesterday. He said, my parents live on Lake Leelanau and they got a really scary flyer and they're really scared. I hope that people will proceed, work together, not use scare tactics. This is a problem that we together can solve. We need to work together.
Agreed.
We need to not scare people. I hope that we all have the same aim, that work going forward is constructive and collaborative.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
We haven't even ordered one. Got the order set up?
Yeah, I didn't order it.
I have a lunch order. So who needs a lunch order? We haven't even ordered it.
What do you think the chances are that we'll do something rash and crazy?
So 3 orders?
Zero. I think it's 0.
Who's gonna continue?
We're still gonna have a meeting here.
Are we up?
Thank you, sorry about that.
No worries. Don't forget to call Mr. Rexroth.
Oh, okay.
Well, thank you for not taking a lunch break before you had us to the table. We appreciate that. First of all,
Last one in the room.
as most of you know, I'm Carol Stocking. I'm the court administrator for the district court. And first of all, I want to introduce Gwen Taylor to you. She's our office manager. She came to the court, so she filled the position you approved for us just a couple of months ago. She came to the court a few years ago from the Grand Traverse County Sheriff's Department. She was a road patrol officer, I believe.
There was space in between there.
Okay. And then she went, where did you go after that?
Oh, yeah, sorry. I went to the Traverse Bay Children's Advocacy Center, and I was a family advocate working there.
And then we hired her as a probation officer, and then she applied for the office manager position. So she is now our office manager, and she's been wonderful. So thank you for that.
Here, what was her name again?
Gwen Taylor.
Gwen Taylor.
Yes.
Thank you.
So you'll be seeing her before you in years to come. And as I promised, Chairman Bunnick, when you approved the office manager, that I would come back with positions that we promised that we were going to eliminate. And that's what's on the agenda today, is not only the positions that we used to fund her position, but other positions that we eliminated as part of the new laws that went into effect April 1st. So that is, not all of those positions are Leelanau County specific, but I'm presenting them to all 3 county boards so that you're very clear that those were positions we've eliminated from the court staffing plan.
Commissioner Wessel, do you have your hand up?
Yes, I was prepared to make a motion. I move to recommend that we eliminate positions listed in the document in the e-packet for the District 86 court staffing plan.
I'll support.
Any questions?
I just want to say thank you for being true to your word.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
it's okay.
Thank you.
It's okay. We were watching it on YouTube. We should have, I didn't realize some of those topics would take so long, so we should have stayed up and watched it on YouTube a little longer, but that was okay.
Thank you.
We're all good.
Thank you.
We could have told you.
Thank you very much.
Are we gonna take a break before we get into senior services? Is this a break?
Well, we haven't ordered our lunch there.
I know, we just have 5 minutes.
Oh, we're on 5 minutes break?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, April. I gotta go change the pants.
Yes, I got
5 minutes.
stretch at the very least, right? Do you think I have?
So please, 1 o'clock.
This year?
Be here back at 1 o'clock.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Forty up there again.
He's back here at
That's
1
why
o'clock.
that's downstairs.
You know, it's like my grandkids, they always have an excuse.
What would I needed, yeah.
I like your picture of the hardware store with the.
Wasn't that cute? Yeah.
Very nice.
Richie said he was there when the guy was out front. I said, well, Chuck said you should have gone instead.
Just curiosity.
I know.
Oh.
Why don't you take a walk?
Yeah, you're not supposed to sit that
Yeah,
long.
you go move those legs.
Lots of orders.
Your murders.
Really wanted to really get you on it. Back it up.
Because I'll go just go over the form with you and basically you send it to your retirement company, your education retirement, who you each check from, and they verify and send it back to you. That's how easy it is. I know.
April, how are you?
Yes, you are.
Going to the bathroom.
Okay.
I'll be better then.
Okay.
Well, you cleared the room.
I did. Well, I've done that before. Okay, I'm gonna do my best. I know there's gonna be BS because I forgot to give this contract.
Well, you did email this.
No, this morning, when I realized my mistake,
So what?
but, I
When you
mean,
heard the constable.
yeah, that was awful. She
Will
is
got the exact same time as everybody else. All 7 got the exact same time. That's these guys. Well, you walk pretty good.
I can't, I just don't want to go distance.
Well, that's not a good idea, but looks like the swelling's down, at least when I can tell.
It's getting back up there.
Oh, it is? Oh. But you're still on antibiotics, right?
Yeah, I got 4 more days.
It does take a while for it to kick in.
It kicked in quick. It just, now it's like, it's quick and really quick. I know it's a big change. Well, from Tuesday to
Yeah,
Friday,
yeah.
big change, but then since then, it's just kind of day to day.
Well, hopefully you're making progress. So.
Hey, I had a call coming here. There's a lady on Grandview Road that's been paying into, the taxes for seniors, all these years for 40 years. And she owns her house. She needs help. Is there like a threshold for what she can make to qualify?
none here for senior services. April's here for any questions. Commissioner West.
Mr. Chairman, I have a motion. I move to recommend the senior services reorganizational plan as presented.
Support.
Any questions for April? Go ahead.
I, for the same thing, for the same reasons I mentioned in our last meeting, I think we've done a good job at preserving a relationship with ShareCare, but meeting your office needs. I'm pleased with your proposal.
Thank you.
Any other statements?
I'm just going to say, as I said before, I would have preferred to continue to contract these positions rather than put them on staff. So I won't be supporting the motion.
Any other comments? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, the same sign.
Aye.
The motion passes 5-2.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yep.
Thanks, April.
Consistent with our rule that we have our motion in writing.
Thank you.
All right, so we're actually gonna have the treasurer here at this time. Yeah, it is.
I wondered if, I need a little review of that from somebody that has some history on it.
From the treasurer?
Or from Chet, or from Trudy, or somebody. Or maybe you have the history on it. This reverses something that was.
No, I don't. No, I don't have any.
Oh,
Here they come.
Here's the first.
Starts with
Hi.
a
Here they come.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I am here to request that the land bank resolution from 2013 be rescinded and that the county waives its rights of first refusal for the foreclosed parcels.
Why are we rescinding that resolution? What is it?
Commissioner Russell.
Oh, okay. Francis, question.
Yeah, and I'm on the land bank.
Yes.
But I need a little bit of a refresher course on what this really means.
We have a policy that says the county has to basically claim right so that the land bank can purchase parcels. With the new legislation, the policy is no longer necessary. The land bank now has right of refusal.
In what position?
That's okay. These are all.
Yeah. It goes the state, the townships, the county, and then the land bank.
So.
No, I thought we had first. No, I guess we haven't, have we?
No.
Foreclosed state.
Yes.
But the county. So we have the right to take it up.
Yes.
Before it gets to the land bank.
Yes.
Yeah, all right.
Yeah, I believe the changes, and help me out because I'm not an expert on this, before the board had to authorize the land bank.
Yes, otherwise it had to go to auction. Where now the new legislation allows the land bank the right after the county.
So that service is no longer necessary?
Yes.
Okay.
So I'm not absolutely clear. When you have a foreclosure, it's my understanding, there's 2 rounds is what I thought it used to be.
If it goes to auction.
If it goes to auction, okay. So the local unit of government is first, is that correct?
The state is
state.
first.
The state's first.
Then the township or city that the parcel is in.
Okay, then local.
Then the county.
County.
And now the land bank.
And then the land bank. That was the old way, right?
That is the new way. Before, the county had to
take
ownership and then sell it to the land bank.
Okay. So then the land bank gets the right to refuse or reject the
Yes.
offer?
Yes.
And then what happens after they reject the offer?
Then it would go to auction.
Then it would go to auction and then it would go back to state, local, and county.
If it didn't sell at auction.
If it
Correct.
didn't sell at auction. Okay, so in round one, are you saying that it goes state, local, and directly to land bank, circumventing the county board's input?
No, we still have to have your right of refusal
Okay,
waived. Yes.
okay. All right, got it.
Local doesn't have the first. Why aren't we above state in a local piece of land?
That would be a great question for the state.
That's the way the laws are written.
That's the way the, yeah.
The state wants a shot at them first, right?
I think very seldom do they,
Yeah, unless it's a perfect parcel and it's adjacent to DNR land, they don't
Yeah.
want it.
Well,
Yeah.
And that's my.
Usually has to do with the DNR,
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
when
just
they,
it.
when they take them.
Yeah.
Once they get them, they don't let go of them.
No.
So
Yeah. Go ahead, Commissioner Lund.
Okay, I would move to recommend to Leelanau County Board of Commissioners to rescind resolution 2013-010, Leelanau County Land Bank Fast Track Authority Policy.
Second. Okay, and I'm just wanting to rescind the resolution. I think it would be a roll call as well.
And it would require 2/3 votes?
Yes. But that would be Tuesday, you know, but now we just do it as a voice. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, the same sign.
The other thing is, I thought we had to have a motion to take up the idea of whether we wanted to vote on. Might have been one more step in there, but maybe it doesn't apply.
We're eliminating that other step.
Good.
while Darcy's here, I want to take this opportunity to express our sincere thanks to you for all your efforts the last 6 months. As you know, our treasurer's had some serious health issues, and Darcy has stepped forward and everything possible to keep the office running smoothly. And she works very closely with the clerk's office. As far as I know, everything's going as best as can be expected, being down one full-time.
Yeah, we're doing okay.
So thank you, Darcy. for all
Thank
your
you.
extra efforts.
Thank you very much.
Darcy, how much staff do you have?
We have a full-time deputy treasurer and then a full-time, well, a half-time deputy treasurer, PRE auditor.
So
there's 3 of us in the office right now.
In the department?
Yeah.
Darcy?
Yeah.
Has there been a lot of overtime?
There's been no overtime. No. Yep.
Thank you.
Commissioner Lund.
Do we have a separate motion, another motion?
Yes, there's another motion, and I did make one error in there. I don't think that the administrator has to sign off, and I meant to take that out.
But, okay, why are you waiving your rights of refusal on the foreclosed parcels? And what are the foreclosed?
You would be,
parcels?
there's 7 parcels that were foreclosed.
7?
3 of them may be buildable. One of them is a lot along West Bay Shore Drive, and it's odd shaped. It's not anything anyone could build on or anything. One is landlocked.
Okay. But there's 7.
And there's one, I think, that has maybe some issues with the line, the lot line, with another.
So what happens, like, say this, take, for example, the landlocked piece. Well, first of all, back up, I'm sorry.
Okay.
So if we're gonna waive our right of refusal on these, then they're gonna go to,
The land bank will purchase them.
oh, the land bank will.
Yes.
So we're just, you want us to waive our, so you're going to do something?
Yes.
Okay, I thought you were asking for you to waive your rights to them, and I'm like, what?
No, we would like to, the land bank would like to purchase them.
Okay, then I will make that motion. I would move to recommend to the Leelanau County Board of Commissioners decline its rights of refusal to allow the chairman of the board to sign the waiver of right of refusal for the 2021 foreclosed parcels.
Board.
So you will bring us those as you get to them? I mean, we've gotten some discussion in the past, like, the road right agreed on the last one. So like with that landlocked parcel, will you try to work with an adjoining landowner?
I believe so, yeah. And there's already been some interest in a couple of the parcels from adjoiner. Yeah.
All right, land bank will do the first, and the possibly buildable site. They do some crazy things on some pretty crazy tiny spots, so who knows? Okay, well, we'll look forward to that.
Any other questions? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, the same sign. Motion passes 7-0. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a great afternoon.
Thank you, too.
All right, and that brings us to number 9, the information technology.
Good afternoon. I have a few things to request today. I'll start with probably the biggest one first, which would be the purchase of a new server, a VMware server. Basically, we have one of our servers is at end of life, needs to be replaced. Our old VMware server, which right now is just hosting 2 applications for our phone system. That server is also end of life. The version of the VMware is at end of life, can't be upgraded. So what I'm proposing is that we purchase a new server. This is a very large one. It will have the capacity to assimilate 2 other servers that are going to become end of life within the next couple of years. So basically, it's a VMware system where we could move a server from a physical box into this box and have multiple servers running inside of it, basically. If we have an instance like we had with our server a few months back when it had a hardware error, this server would have enough capacity that we could bring up that server inside of this one and get back up and running fairly quickly. Part of this would also then be next year, I would propose that we bring in another server comparable to it and put them basically together to where if one of them went down, the other one would automatically pick up and go. Okay, so this is kind of like the first step to becoming, more secure as far as having hardware failures and software failures. Okay.
Mr. West.
Yes, I move to recommend that the Board of Commissioners approve the purchase of a VMware server from Safety Net at a cost not to exceed $24,900 with funds to come from data processing fund number 636.
Support.
Commissioner Locke.
Only one vendor? Why are we choosing Safety Net?
Well, they're a Dell, basically we're a Dell shop, if you will, and we normally buy direct from Dell. But in this case, their pricing is the same as we would get from Dell. So they would be doing the install of VMware. I'm not a VMware expert. They have someone on staff there, part of our contract that, they would install the VMware and the next part of it is supporting it going forward.
So then should we also waive our bid policy on
Yeah.
this?
Should, yep.
All right. So
I'll
we just
amend
put
that motion, yeah.
put that in, Tuesday night, okay.
All right, then we move on into the amendment to the contract.
Did we
I don't
vote?
think we voted on that, but I do have a question.
Okay.
This server is going to replace one,
It's going to replace 2 mainly.
it's going to replace 2.
Right. Our applications that we currently have on a obsolete server are called Smart 911
Okay.
and ProQA, which are both 911 applications. The other one server is the old VMware server, which is still hosting our 2 applications for our phone system.
And then you're suggesting that we're going to need another server
Next year.
next year.
Yeah,
And so are we eliminating the little servers and
Yes.
going to 2 larger
that's
servers?
correct. That's
Okay,
correct.
That's
Yeah,
what I
yep.
wanted to know.
Yeah, it'll have the capacity to support the 2 main servers that we have right now. So like I said, it is
It's redundant at this point.
not at this point, but next year it will become redundant.
Okay.
Okay, yeah.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, the same sign. Motion passes 7-0. Thank you for that. Now we'll move on to the amendment.
Okay, so the amendment to the contract that we have with Safety Net, We have installed, of course, a new 911 system. Motorola was our vendor. They only support the software. They don't support the hardware and updates and things like that to it. The people who installed the server, we did reach out to them for a quote. Their quote came back in at about $40,560 per year. Safety Net can provide the same support locally for what is an additional $23,412. That would also include support for this new VMware server. So that for the $23,000, we get support for patching and maintenance of the server for the new one that we're going to buy and for the 911 system.
Mr. Long.
Are we paying for support now? You said
Yes.
Additional 23, so what does it come up to?
It comes up to $74,512 per year from Safety Net, which is their current contract is
Right,
51,000.
If we could get it done for 40,560, then I didn't ask the question right, so.
Oh, I'm sorry, an additional 40,000. 40,000,
Additional.
yeah.
Oh, okay.
That would be a different vendor other than Safety Net providing the same support that they can do.
Gotcha. Yes,
Right.
I get that now. Thank you.
Okay, yep.
So again, this would, you'd have to waive our.
Waive our bid policy.
Yeah, waive. So we have a motion, please. Commissioner Sotomayor.
I move to recommend to the Board of Commissioners to approve the amendment to the contract with Safety Net for an additional $23,412 with funds to come from Data Processing Fund number 636.
Support.
Waive our
waive our bid policy.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, the same sign. Motion passes 7-0. Thank you for that. And that brings us on to ESR.
Okay, the ESRI, the maintenance for Esri, which is our mapping software, mainly used by our GIS analyst, but is also used in 911 for doing all their mapping when the 911 call comes in and the map shows up and tells you where the cell phone is or where the landline is. That's an annual maintenance. It's been budgeted. Basically, something we got to have. Can't get it from anybody else. So.
Commissioner Wesson.
And we don't need to waive the bid policy on this because
No.
it's a continuation.
It's like, yes, it is. Yep.
I move to recommend that the Board of Commissioners approve the maintenance contract with ESRI at an amount not to exceed $63.50. Funds to come from Data Processing Fund number 636.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, the same sign. Motion passes 7-0.
And to back up, Ron.
Yeah.
You mentioned just the Motorola. Are there no other vendors that could have given us one more?
Well, I mean, we probably could have gone out for bids for somebody else, but again, with having the contract with Safety Net, I mean, they're managing all our other servers. So to have two different vendors now, you know, yeah, it's kind of a vendor issue. Yeah, I would rather have one vendor to deal with than two, I guess. So.
Yeah. Okay.
All right, and then that will bring us then to the copier replacement.
The copier that's currently in equalization has been a hand-me-down and is quite old and is not functioning very well. So we're proposing replacing that with a new color. They do quite a bit of color printing in the mapping area where they produce colored maps for customers, charge them accordingly, of course. So basically it's to replace an old unit that's on its last legs.
Is this one compatible with our other?
Same brand, yep.
MX?
Same, yep, same series. It's a smaller than the one that we got for administration. They don't have quite the volume printing capacity that they need. So.
I move to recommend that the Board of Commissioners approve the quote from Netlink Business Solutions for the purchase of a Sharp MX 3051 copier in an amount not to exceed $43.46 with funds come from duplicating funds 646 and 970.
645. Support.
45.
6:45, yeah.
Wait a minute, it says duplicating fund 645 and 970
Yeah.
645?
Yeah. You just accidentally said 6.
Oh.
Support. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, the same sign. Motion passes 7-0. Commissioner
A
Silverstein.
question for Ron before he leaves.
Yes.
Quite frequently, using my iPad, when I send mail, it will say error, mail not sent. Yeah, and then it did go through. When I talked to the person, I said, oh, I'm sorry, they need this. I said, oh, I got it. So it is going through, but that's the error message. And then a lot of times it'll say, I can't send I can't include the attachment.
I'm not sure what that
But
is.
that's on the iPad.
Do you?
You're getting it too? Yes.
Anybody else?
And maybe the type of, where you are with the service you have.
It's chartered at my house.
Oh,
It's while you're connected to the internet.
It
So.
could be, I'm just guessing, whoever you're sending an attachment to, there may be a blockage or their part. We have a very substantial block, a wall,
That's what I'm
service
wondering.
block. So it could be whoever you're sending to. Attachments could be potentially very dangerous, a lot of viruses, and more companies are blocking attachments.
Yeah, it's not, I haven't had it on something I'm sending out as an attachment on, it's what I'm forwarding. If I
Oh.
forward a document that has an attachment to someone else from my iPad, then it'll come back and say, attachment not included, you want to go for it.
That could be a security issue from our system, yeah. That
So
could
even
definitely
though
be.
Our security knew it, accepted it, it won't let me send it.
Right, yeah. Doesn't want you to. It may think that it's a virus. So, I mean, again, the virus software can only, it can't definitely determine that it's a virus. It can only say, well, there's a good chance that this could be, so let's block it. Okay, so,
Even though it came in
yeah,
with that attachment. to our
yep,
system,
even though it came in, yeah.
It just is.
Yep, on the way out, it
Super
says,
safe.
again, I think because it was forwarded is probably the reason that it.
I wanted to say thank you for the automatic downloading of documents to the file folder.
Is that working well?
That's working well.
Okay,
That's nice.
good.
Makes it Lots easier to keep track of things.
Good.
Yeah, I noticed.
And if you can get bigger files too, so.
I noticed today is if you're looking at the agenda and you swipe to the right, you can actually go to the other file, for TDC. It's pretty amazing.
Yeah. So do remember though, if you don't download it and we don't have Wi-Fi for some reason, you won't be able to get it because you do need to be on the internet to get that. So, you may want to download it physically to your machine before you come to the meeting. So, okay.
I had trouble with this packet yesterday with that cloud. I had internet and I could open it, but I didn't know how to. I didn't.
You didn't see the folder or you didn't see the file?
Well, I had the file, but I didn't upload it or I was reading it, but then later I lost my internet and I couldn't bring up my.
That's correct. That's what I'm saying is
Yeah.
if you move it or download it. So you didn't like it?
Didn't like that.
Uh-huh.
Any other questions?
It's still on the website too, so the only one that wouldn't have been on the website is the big file from,
I don't know if I.
I don't know who it was, the Airport Commission.
Yeah.
So,
Yes, it was very long lengthy.
yeah, that was huge. So,
Yeah, 600 pages.
yeah, and there's only so much that you can actually email, so. Yep. Okay,
Yes.
I was going to move on to the next
All right.
item.
All right.
thank you.
Thanks, Ron. Yep.
I'm glad I was here early. That I had the same experience with forwarding. Now I know. Well, before we get into mine, some things which I anticipate will be very quick. I do want to tell you a little story, just levity here. My father was prosecutor in Grand Traverse County for 12 years. And when I became prosecutor, he told me one of my statutory duties was to eradicate noxious weeds. So when I sat and listened to some of the discussion this morning, I said, thank God this isn't a noxious weed.
Well, I had lots of people from my district told me that if you're going to go after noxious weeds, they want me to come and take care of their autumn olive and their Russian thistle and mosquito
Yeah.
stuff. And not weed, yeah, so
Yeah, so
Anytime you want to go after those, Joe? Okay.
just, I got a person that's willing to stand toe to toe with their gloves to eradicate noxious weeds. Well, I'm here today for our crime victims renewal application. That's item 10A. And that is basically our grant renewal for our crime victims' rights. That pays a great portion of the salary for Lori LaCrosse. The date of the contract would begin on October 1st, 2021, run through September 30th of 2022. I come here every year to ask for the recommendation and approval of this grant in the amount of $39,921. And also that we continue to authorize the e-gram system as we previously have done in the past.
I would move to recommend to the Board of Commissioners to approve the county prosecutor to renew the Victims' Rights Grant with the state of Michigan, MDHHS, in the amount of $39,921 for the period of October 1st, 2021 through September 30th, 2022, and authorize the county clerk to continue as the authorized official in the e-gram system as previously agreed upon by this board.
Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, the same sign. Motion passes 7-0. And that brings us then to the MDHHS.
And again, this is our Title 4E contract. There's an amendment which is contained in the executive document summary. And I'm asking that the board approve the amendment of the contract between Leelanau County and the Michigan DHHS, extending the contract to September 30th, 2022, and increasing the contract amount as there's provided in the documentation.
Yes, I would make that motion. That's presented.
I'll support.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, the same sign. Motion passes 7-0. So then, where is that? Leave us here. I think that's it. And we're at number 11, public safety, and I think it's.
Yeah, I can handle that.
Thank you, everybody.
Our lunch this year, so, I thought we had an excellent, building safety committee meeting several weeks ago. We had about 8, 9 topics. We are looking at making some, I think, very positive changes going forward. Amber's doing an excellent job. We even had one of our contractors this year with some, I think, very good suggestions how we're going to move forward. So I thought it was a great dialogue, but one of the things we noticed, and our Board of Appeals only meets twice since I've been here. The last time was a very lengthy marathon session, very stressful based on that situation when you were on township with that gentleman. And we found out afterwards that the board did not include them in the policies per diem and mileage. So we're simply asking that they be included in federal county policies and be eligible for per diem and mileage.
And how many sit on that board?
4 or 5.
I believe it's 5. And they only meet if there's a appeal, yeah.
Commissioner West.
Yes, I move to recommend to the Board of Commissioners that we allow for per diem and mileage for the Construction Board of Appeals.
Second.
Go ahead, Commissioner Wagner.
Yeah, does this go without saying that the per diem and mileage per county policy? Or
Yeah,
this
yeah,
is-
yeah.
Goes without saying, okay.
Yeah, you have one policy for
Yep,
everything.
okay,
We just want to make them eligible.
no for that.
Is there any other board that, where we have people serving that do not?
That's an excellent question, and we're actually working on that.
Well-
Laurel is going through every list to make sure, so we will get, I can answer that. I believe our liaison to the Veteran Affairs, that's one that Commissioner Lautner brought up, but we're going through the list and seeing if there's any other boards like this, because we really should treat everyone the same. Some of those boards pay their members directly from their budget. Others do not. For the ones that do not, and they, obviously, this is just a Leelanau County board, so we're saying for this board that they should be eligible for health. But we'll get back to that, because
Okay,
we are
great.
looking at that.
All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, the same sign. Motion passes 7-0.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
anybody else hungry?
Yeah, our lunch is arriving.
Yeah, lunch is here. Well, let's adjourn. We'll come back here in
I have my lunch.
20 minutes. Is that enough?
Say,
Or so.
say 15th
By
is a
yourself
okay.
in here? You
And
can't
Beth will
eat
be
out
grabbing
yourself.
apples in the-
Ooh.
Keep it up, Bonek. Keep it up.
It's in the back room here.
about, paying members of certain boards so everybody's equal. I just asked staff downstairs how much time they were allowed for lunch. And they told me they get about an hour.
Versus 20 minutes.
Oh, is that your point? Okay. Please want to be higher though, so.
And all I did was eat and come back, just so you know.
Well, we made a couple of important decisions while you were gone.
Oh, I'm sure you
But
did.
don't worry about it. You'll like it.
All right, I'd like to call us back to order here, please. We'll begin here with the building, well, actually maintenance proposed pump replacement and sewer plant.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I would move to recommend to the Board of Commissioners to approve the purchase of one new Flight, is that how you say it?
Correct.
Flight submersible pump and authorize the repair of one of the two county-owned existing pumps by Kennedy Industries in an amount not to exceed $13,445 with the funds to come from 631-775-001.
Support.
A question.
Yes.
So Jerry, you've got one pump that's better than the other pump, I think you said,
The new one we put in that we had to purchase.
and that's the pump that you want to have rebuilt?
No, that one's in play. And then, of course, remember we had two in there and one died.
Right.
And they were both the same age. The other one's still working, the older one. But right now, the pump we took out is down on their workbench, tore apart. The used one we took out that died. And you saw the pictures that we have. And the thought is to replace the old pump with the new one and then take the old one and ship that down and take parts from both, see if they'll pull it apart and maybe they could piece one used one so we have a backup and then we're ready to go. That would be the thought.
The next question for you is, how often are we going through these pumps? What's it?
I smile because I'm superstitious. We've been, and I'm not trying to make, we've been fortunate that it's been 17 years on these two pumps.
Okay.
And one just died. The other one's still working right now. But if that one goes out, then that's why.
So they're the original pumps.
The one is, the other one's brand new.
Perfect, that's what I needed to know, is what length of time we're getting out of these pumps, which.
Well, we've been fortunate, yes, being submerged and in that type of environment all, around the clock. Just for your information, the new pump is $89.55. And back in 2018, when we purchased we purchased backup, but the difference in price is $2,100 since
6,000 something.
From 2 years ago.
Since, a few years' time.
Yeah.
So,
Those are the times right now, everything is.
yeah, but that's what we can do is we can save shipping. We can go down to Wickham, Michigan and deliver the pump ourselves. So we don't have to worry about shipping, which.
Good strategy on that.
So we can work on that.
Is this the only vendor for these?
For Flight, correct, locally, yeah. Wixom, Michigan is home base. There's also Indiana and some others, but it's made here in Michigan. Of course, it comes from Germany.
Our bid policy, so you didn't put it out for bid, so we waive our bid policy.
This is because of that proprietary, that famous word.
Okay, you've got them.
I think
Yeah.
it's-
Yeah, okay.
And I will amend my motion to state just that.
Any other questions? All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, the same sign. Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you. Okay.
Now we'll move on to the soffit.
I have Pete Liebel came in to answer any questions you may have. that you want to present to him that
That's a pretty small roof. I mean, $40,000 for 46,000.
Well, the roof itself has to be, I'm sure you all noticed when you walked in that where the scaffolding is out here.
Right.
If it's still raining, you can see all the water runs back to the building and comes down that side right now. It doesn't even drop off the front, and there's no gutter over there, and it still doesn't. So we'll have to reshape that roof too. It's not just replacing, but we have to reshape, we have to angle it differently so the water runs away from the building. Because right now it puddles, as you saw in the pictures.
Does this include though, like a downspout?
Downspouts and, yeah, gutter would be put on.
So the water wouldn't go down the side? Or
No, sir.
Soffit at all?
But the water would run away from the building, where it's supposed to. Right now, it's like I said, it's puddling, as you saw in the pictures. And it shows out here now with this rain coming down, the alarm system out there and the wall. And that's the only place it's coming off the roof.
How do they propose to reshape the roof?
I'd like to ask Pete if you could answer that for her.
I'm sorry, the question?
He mentioned that you would have to reshape that roof. So how much of that roof do you have to reshape?
Probably 40 to 60% of it.
All across the front?
That whole entry level,
Okay.
40 to 60% will be reshaped to bring the water where we want it to go away from the building.
Okay, so does that mean you remove the existing shingles and you redirect with plywood so that you get a different angle?
That's correct.
Okay, and then you're gonna put the same shingles back on the roof?
It'll be the same membrane back on the roof, correct.
Okay, you're peaking, where we're rounded, you're going to peak the whole thing?
Where we're rounded, as you walk toward.
We're looking at pictures if that helps you.
Good, yeah. There's two options there,
Oh,
okay?
Okay.
So,
Oh, I see. One is a step down.
correct. There seems to be an advantage for you to go with the step down versus, and I think that's option, do you have I'm sorry, Jerry, I didn't know I was.
That's option 2. Peak is option 1.
Did I bring that? Maybe not.
The step down has black roofs though.
The front, what I call the parapet wall has a 4-inch flat area on top. So if you're looking at, let me have it.
Okay.
Thank you. So which picture are we looking at, guys? What letter, please?
Our page 157 is the step down. 156 is the peak.
So option 2 has a flat roof.
Option 1. Option 2.
And that number.
There's option 2.
So are we looking at option 2, letter B down in the bottom portion? Are we all looking at the same? Okay, good. So the front, the flats that you're looking at is only the front, what I call the parapet wall, and that's terminology on this RF, whatever that. Okay, so no, it will still have the tapered area behind the parapet wall. So when you enter the building, you're gonna see, if you choose option 2, you're not gonna see the roundness. You're gonna see the front parapet wall, front facade, straight down and then straight again, which will cover all the things that I'm gonna try to do, the things that I'm gonna do to keep the water draining positively to the new gutter and downspouts.
How deep is that flat?
Okay, how deep is the flat? The only flat, I'm sorry.
And like how far back does it go? I mean, is
You mean
it
the-
5 feet deep? Is it 5 inches deep?
You're talking about the face of this, that,
It's only
Yeah, the flat
what they
roof.
call those,
The flat roof.
the parapet.
Okay, but in the westerns, there's the false fronts, right? They had the big false fronts on their.
They do.
fronts,
That's-
and
it
the
is-
back something else.
That's pretty much the same theory we're having where, and to use the word, the front would have just more of a facade look. It would only be a matter of 6 to 8 inches flat on top. That's only the flat area you're gonna have. It would be flat, covered with, as it's drawn. But that's a very important question. How much flat are we talking about? We're talking minimal inches per se.
Well, see, I didn't see the front changing the rounded part. I was thinking when we were looking at this, that you would take something like a 2x6 or a 2x8, and it would go to the soffit, and then it just goes to the rounded part. So you're only going up about 6 inches or so on the rounded part, instead of covering the whole thing.
Yeah,
I mean, because you're actually changing the whole front entrance, how it's gonna look.
it looks like.
And to me, you would eliminate that flat part. Do you understand what I'm saying?
I do, sir.
Okay, so then we maintain the rounded, the initial installation, but we just eliminate the flat area, and it's got a 2-inch slope on it or something,
And I think, and directly related to what you're saying is to look at letter F on the bottom page of letter F is pretty pertinent to what we're talking about for clarity. Does everyone have F?
Okay.
Looking south. So when you're up on the second floor, you'll look out that window and that's what you're gonna see. You're gonna see what I'm calling the parapet is that, and it still has the barrel behind it.
Right.
As that barrel comes down, it's gonna have positive. Melinda, did you have a question? I didn't want to talk too fast, but what?
No, I get what you're saying, but I guess my concern is right now, when you look at the courthouse, so you're looking north, it's a rounded, I have to character the building, it's rounded, and it matches the eyebrows up in the
Ceiling,
roof.
correct.
Yeah, so to change the entrance to be flat and square, we're gonna lose that,
You're gonna use that rounded metal look,
we'll lose that character.
tin look.
Why you have those, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
So why do you have those two options? Why did you present this square look? What's the reason?
Well, he presented.
It was more for your option. So square or peaked, it really, it's the same. It's the same amount of everything. It's just a different, it's a new characteristic to what the original architect had designed for looking at the front of this building.
So I guess my initial thing is, if you're talking about making an architectural change, that's a whole nother issue. We'd have to. But I think it's a good idea to fix a problem and retain the original look. But making an architectural change to a building is that's another road.
That was my point, is that, I mean, if you look at page F, you don't have to have that facade on it. I mean, I'm not understanding the purpose of this facade.
The purpose of.
You've got these angles that you've created going to the round, that eliminates the flat part.
It will, but it's gonna have a bearing on the actual looking south. It's
correct.
Because to create the positive drainage, to eliminate the situation that we're facing, the parapet or that facade or that front wall is to bring this building so that it functions for you. I'm just trying to, and so I gave you the two options of either peak it a little bit or the old style. I think Mrs. Lautner used the word Western style. So the character of this building, and if you're gonna change the architectural design of this building, whether it be other issues that you're addressing with heat So there's things that you do the way that this building was built. It is here as built, not as drawn, but as built. And I'm trying to help you have a way to function.
So if we had to cover, so I guess my question is, if we go back to your option 1 and go with,
What page are you on, ma'am?
R156. A1.
Or AL?
AL.
Thank you.
Okay.
The original.
Pardon me.
Yeah, that's.
Yep.
If you just heat that,
Is it waiting?
left the rounded,
I was thinking the same thing.
and just heat the whole thing,
We could take a call.
start to finish.
There's a slight problem with start to finish on that. So
Is it when
there,
you hit the building itself?
correct, on the west side, that peak would have to go all the way up to, so
To the building.
I've entertained that option for you. And it's not, it's got some issues.
I mean, would you be interested in, we go out and just take a look at the
Yeah.
front?
That's what I was.
We can't really
You wanna
discuss it
run up
out
to
there
So we can go up to 2 and look down on it, right?
as well.
Okay, I have a question for Mr. Lebo. The change of the contour or the design of the roof to make the water run properly, is that going to change the look with the original front? Is that what that parapet will cover, any different angle of that roof so the water runs away from the building? Okay, instead of this, you may have something that's a little bit different if you're looking, you understand what I'm trying to say? Because you got to change the slope of the roof so the water runs away.
Option 1 will cover up those new flaws, but still retain some of the old character.
You're very correct. And so is with Mr. Bonick, that if you look at A1, okay, option 1, there, it does create positive drainage. That's why I presented it to the board. It does, it has some pros and cons.
It matches our windows too, by the way.
Beg your pardon?
It matches our windows too.
Those,
The eyebrow.
Yeah, it matches our eyebrows and it matches our
What are the
windows.
pros and cons?
I beg your pardon?
What are the pros and cons? I think that's kind of what we're getting to between the two designs. What are the differences and what are the pros and cons?
I really think it's more taste and opinions about, oh, do I like what the original guy did or do I not? And so when I present you with an option, it's like, oh, why would he do this versus that? And it's just that artistic flavor that an architect will present to you as an option. It's very simply. And so Mr. Bonick's point is well taken. It can be presented and completed and give us all the things in option 1, A1. Very, very doable. Very successfully, positive drainage. And that's what we're all trying to achieve here, is that water going away from this building, down the new gutter system, and out to wherever it's going.
Yes, but I just want to say, when we go out, we can't really discuss it out there. We have to come back in here for the discussion. So that it's on the record and so that can be recorded. Just so you know that when we go out.
Can we
there.
ask questions while we're out there for the contractor?
Informational question.
And if you pull up, go to Leelanau on the
Maybe.
website, we've got a great picture of this building taken from.
Yeah, well, I just want to go look at it out front. You know what we're talking about. And then maybe they can understand what I'm
Yeah,
trying to.
windows around it and their eyebrows around it.
I'm taking my computer out there.
turn the tape back on.
It's green.
We'll unpause.
Yeah, I can start it now. All right, so I guess while we were out there, I asked you about leaving the rounded part and just having the angle just go to the rounded part up, less than, do you believe that that would really?
I think, not to interrupt you, but I think the front facade needs to have an element of structural integrity and character so that it looks strong and it functions well. And it looks like it's always been there, if I'm putting that somewhat correctly. So go ahead.
Well, that's why I thought those angles, if you look at that option one, if it just stopped when it hit the circle and we eliminate the peak, it would match, it would leave some of the eyebrow or the rounded part at the top.
Let's
It would match up with the building, right?
Let's all look at what Mr. Bonning's talking about. F, looking south again.
They don't, south.
Excuse me?
South, when you're saying looking.
Well, down, it's page F, looking south is the word, my verbiage down at the bottom, so we're all on the same page. I think what I'm hearing Mr. Bonnick say is if we just put this little side throws, Mr. Bonnick, right there and there, then what's going to happen on the front side, you're going to see that, and it's going to look like, what did they do there? I really feel personally that by putting the facade, it has that character of, oh, that has some dimension to it, or whatever terminology you want to use when you hire a new firm to present some new things in your building, whether it's, I'm using the example of baseboard heat that you've chosen. It's done very tastefully. Go ahead.
Well, I'm kind of like Will, and I'm looking at this, and from where, if you were to, so this isn't really totally, I went upstairs and looked down. So when you're upstairs and looking down on that roof, for quite a ways, it runs along the bell tower, so we don't have to worry about that whole section. And then it curves down and then it flattens where we had the problem. Now, if you were to slope that flat and just go up to the rounded, okay, like Will's saying, clear out to within, say, 3 feet of the parking lot end, and had it slope down toward the parking lot, I don't think you'd ever see it.
That's very well put. If I may add to what you're saying, and Guy, I think I have a D, page D's somewhat cut off there on the bottom. Does everybody have that? Okay. So what I'm hearing is if we follow the arrows are the drainage. That's the water. That's the way I want the water to travel. Starting from the brick, coming down, from the brick, coming away, in all areas. That's why the facade was drawn in to give us maximum protection of this building. I can do it minimally, but when I start doing things minimally, you start spending money that is just minimally spent, and it really is trying to achieve something that you already tried to achieve. So we could revisit this in a different design.
Commissioner West.
Yeah, is it possible to, I don't know if you have access to a CAD program so you could, what I want to make sure is we know what it's going to look like before, and it's not a remodel that doesn't fit. And could you plug it into a CAD program and show us the whole view of what it's going to look like when it's done?
Oh, I could, absolutely.
That's what I'd like to have done.
Commissioner Elton.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
For your work, and I'm sure you've been doing this for a very long time. I have some concerns about dealing with the architectural character of our building, the main entrance. We have a beautiful building. And perhaps the CAD work, maybe we should have an architect give us an idea of what would work with this building to achieve the ends that Mr. Lebo wants to achieve. We're talking about changing the architectural presence of the main entrance to our building. That's actually a big decision.
I think seeing it on a CAD/CAM program would really be helpful. Because for me personally, the square look doesn't bother me because the square doors coming in. And I said to Jerry outside, I never noticed the windows, to be very honest, but that's not my strong suit in terms of art or architecture or anything like that. So it looks sturdy, it looks nice. I think seeing it on a CAD/CAM program, we could really see. So it would make sense for you to take the two concepts you have and do it that way, so we can see what it looks like. Really see.
You presented a couple options for us today. And you presented one fee, $43,389. I believe is, that's what you bid. Correct? Yes.
Yes.
Well, either way.
Right.
So with what you presented and that bid amount, are you saying to us that it doesn't matter which one of these we choose, the price would be the same?
Yes.
Okay. So I would be very much interested in seeing that finished look on a CAD system. If that's something that you can provide for us by next week, next Tuesday, and that's just a question, so we can consider it at our next board meeting. You can try.
When would you like it? I mean, if the board meeting is Tuesday, I could present it
Tuesday evening.
Tuesday evening of the meeting. I mean, if I got,
Yes, if we.
it'd be fun to get it to you by Friday.
If you could, that'd be great. I could email out to everyone Friday.
There is going to be a fee associated with this. I've already been approved about how much I charge you for the first, whatever RFPW, whatever. So.
Well.
Minimal fee, I'll get to that. I'll get to that fee to get it on a CAD. There's some software out there that's available.
Okay.
We're moving very quickly to get you, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, you can get that information.
Sure.
Chad can provide that information to the board.
Yes, the only thing you really didn't present to us was, all you're trying to do is cover up the repair. That's the only reason you've added anything to the structure. So what you haven't added is a rounded facade. Just like this one, just a little taller.
Which page are you on?
What I'm saying is you presented peaking our arch,
Correct.
and you presented the square covering it right up. But what you haven't presented is a taller slope to cover up what you're doing.
You're correct. I won't, and you're correct. I haven't given you the same look, and I wouldn't. I can present that to you. I don't know how to answer this.
Functionally,
Excuse me?
is it the function of?
And on the record, and I don't want to do public comment now, this building deserves the look that you're after. I'll get back to that issue. I'll present the CAD, then you can see what I'm.
Yeah, that would definitely be helpful, because I don't know, even with your you know, your option one, which is the best of the two, because at least it retains the character of the building. But I don't know if that's the original slope and you're just gonna, I don't know what you've got in mind. But I kind of had another question too, and I thought we were going to put this, we did the bid openings and we didn't have anybody bid on
It's only
it?
bid we did.
So if you look on the page, the last page,
164,
yes, that is the bid.
okay.
That's why, you know, we're.
Everybody's so busy, I know.
Right.
We've
Okay,
had interest, but only one bid was received.
all right. What?
So I guess I would look for a motion with an amount for the CAD drawings. I'm not, you know, I don't know if we did $500 or something at maximum, would that cover CAD drawings?
No,
No?
no.
So that's
I'm not even prepared.
right to say an amount, but you know that wouldn't be enough, you know? So if we're asking for CAD drawings, you know, we're talking, it could be $1,000. We don't know how much.
I don't think we can approve anything until we see what it's going to look like when it's finished.
Yeah. Well, out of respect, and I want Mr. Lee's doing a good job, but we have paid him $5,000 to identify the problem. We gave him $1,000 to help us with the bid specs. If he as a contractor wants to submit a bid, I think that'd be part of your requirement to have him provide CAD drawings. And he can modify his bid if he wants, and then you as a board can say yes or no. But I don't think it'd be quite ethical to have him pay extra for a CAD drawing that you may not wish to use. And he has been paid twice already for the work he's done. So if he wants to provide, the board obviously is looking for CAD drawings by next.
Yeah, absolutely.
If you want to modify your proposal, include that or not include it, that's up to you. But we did go out for bids and we hired you to come up with the bids. We hired you to identify the problem and to help us get to this point. So I kind of feel like you have been compensated.
So I would make the motion that we move this forward to next week.
Okay. Sure.
That way we don't have to, I mean, if he comes back to us with you know, a different bid to include CAD, we can either accept the bid or not.
You understand? Yeah, sure, go ahead.
The CAD drawings can come from my architect. I could get them sealed. I could, you know, I'm hesitating because I don't know if I can get it off his software for Friday so that you can review it and do due process. I will attempt to do that. I didn't know. I'm not prepared to answer some.
I don't think that's a sealed drawings.
No, they don't.
We seen a visual.
I understand completely. Yeah.
And I would like to see the one with the rounded top, if at all possible. But I don't know if you want to build a rounded top without.
And very specifically on the rounded top, because I'm going to be working on this rather than coming for the public comment. The rounded top is going to give you that rounded look that you're looking at now, that the day that this building was completed, that rounded top is not, you can't do it with the products that you're asked to. I'm just saying that the architect can draw the lines in a round, and labor men cannot give you the longevity that you're looking for on. That's why I presented the two options for you to have an opportunity. And the third option is the rounded top. And I can come up with that, and I have a couple other theories. It's going to take it back to the board, and then it's going to go back out to business. And that's perfectly fine, because this building deserves to have the right look. I agree totally.
Any other questions? Yes, go ahead.
But Pete, I think what we're hearing you say is you're trying to solve the problem of water.
Why?
And the original design is what created the problem. Although it's a lovely design, but that's one of the problems that comes with the design. So you're recommending a different design, two different options. to try to address it, but you can't keep it the way it was and eliminate the water problem.
Correct.
Thank you. Well, you can, you just want to cover it up.
And I don't want to, and
And that's what I'm saying, you know, if you were to change your, you know, the slope in that.
What's that?
Involving,
Are you talking about A1, if it's not peaked, if it's slow?
yeah, A1 is a slope, but if you can't build slope, then.
A1 without the peak and slope it,
Right.
so that
It's just
the
gonna cover up.
facade would be wider and.
But in, I think it was, yeah, on our page 159, if you look at that, you've got right out by that peak, you've got it higher there, so the water runs back towards the building and then runs out into the flower gardens. I see what you're trying to do. You've done that on the both sides. It's gonna go over the slope and then come back towards the building a little bit. But what I was saying is, if you reverse that slope and had the water, you know, stop the construction back a little ways and slope it, then hit your gutters, but you're not gonna see it. Nobody sees that roof from the parking lot. It's a pretty tall roof. They're not going to see it looking straight on at the building.
So let me ask you this, is this what you're talking about, taking that peak out of there and rounding this?
Well, possibly, that's what I want to see the cat. I'm not
Can't
opposed
be
to
on,
the peak.
because they're not gonna have any food.
Well, I'm not opposed to the peak if we retain that slope. That being said,
I know what you're saying, but that would also make the water run off the front, you know, and that we don't really,
no,
we
he's
want
not.
to run into the,
He's offering that. But, oh, you understand what I'm saying?
yeah.
It
What?
possibly, but only for like, from,
Right. Just a little bit, but it would still work.
and could get the gutters, we've got gutters up there.
Yeah, and that, well, I mean, the motion is to see if we get the CAD
Yeah,
drawings.
I got it.
And reassess his bid. Are there any other questions about getting that, at least so we get an idea? All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, the same sign. Motion passes 7-0.
thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That's
I hope you got the idea. You know.
I really do. Thank you. Thank you all for all your hard work.
Myself, I'd like to see keep it round, so we're not changing the architecture.
But I'd like to see it be
This one-
functional.
I agree with Gwen here.
Yeah, it's this one.
Yeah, but you know what, the way, I was looking at this one in the parking lot.
All right, so we move on then to administration. We have the back dues.
You know, it's time of year where our back dues are due, and on page 172, you have a history of how much we paid for the last almost 20 years. And obviously, the amount that we invoiced and the amount we have paid has not been reflected on our invoices for many years.
It's been fair.
And they have never billed us for any additional amounts beyond what the board has authorized.
Commissioner Locke.
I would recommend approval of the 2021-2022 Michigan Association of Counties, MAC dues, in the amount of $10,930.26. Funds to come from Board of Commissioners memberships, dues, and fees, ending in 807.000.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, the same sign. Motion passes 6-0. Thank you. All right, so then that brings us to the future county board meeting protocol.
Yeah, I asked for this, just need clarification. You know, the COVID emergency restrictions that the board authorized expired June 30th. From July 1 through December 31st in the state of Michigan, there are revised open meetings law, which means meetings have to take place in person and commissioners have to be present unless they meet one of 3 criteria, which I'm over in the past. But the question I have is, we have been broadcasting all of our committee meetings also. That does create some extra work. And I'm not sure, it's not mandated, I'm not sure how many people watch our committee meetings. So I would personally recommend, and it does create extra work for our staff, that we broadcast only the executive committee meeting, the regular meeting, and very special meetings.
Would you repeat that we broadcast on what now?
Our regular meeting, our executive meeting, and any special meetings, not committee meetings. For example, there was a building and safety committee meeting. We broadcast. It creates extra work and effort. I'm not sure how many people watch them. People do have the right to come in.
In your proposal, it would also include committee of the whole meeting still.
That'd be up to you, yeah.
That would be my
special.
Well, that would be the special, like you talked about.
I mean, you don't have to have a motion, I just want to make sure we're on the same page.
Yeah.
So we would broadcast our executive committee, regular meeting, any special meeting, any committee of the whole. Basically, anything where all 7 of you are participating. It's a simple way to look at that.
That sounds good.
Yes.
Everyone's comfortable with that?
Yes.
Okay. Second question is about remote public comment. Some commissioners, because this has been an issue statewide, some have continued, some have stopped doing it. I guess it's up to 7 of you how you wish to proceed. Question is, are we going to allow public comment through the phone?
I think it's really helpful for people who aren't as mobile, people who may have to drive 30 miles, especially in the winter. But I think that allows for more of our citizens' participation, so I think we should.
I think Commissioner Allgaier makes a good point. However, sitting here in this seat, when that phone rings and the administrator picks up the phone, that is a distraction in trying to listen to the people who are speaking here, because that phone rings when other people are speaking. So when there's that confusion up here, it's a problem for me, and I'm not sure about Commissioner Lautner.
It's very distracting.
You know, so if we are going to continue that, then I would suggest that that phone be put someplace else so it does not distract or disturb our ability to hear what's going on
How does
in the
that
meeting
work?
room.
Can it light up instead of ring?
I don't know.
It would be nice if we could do it so that you'd get in the queue and we just take public comments on the phone in the order that they come, and it wouldn't be necessary to have.
I know our phone system does not allow that. We don't have a phone system that can put people on in the queue, because we checked in that when we first started it. We would have to make an upgrade of our phone system.
The whole system or just that phone?
I don't honestly know. I can check. I'm not a phone expert, so I don't.
I mean, I know it's kind of selfish on my part, but yet it is very disruptive. I don't hear what they're saying when he's answering the phone and talking to him.
Right.
You know, and then continually we have to have them turn it down. There's issues with it, getting them to speak right. And we do allow it open, and we will take emails and letters that, you know, that they could send to us. So I think for the continuity of our meetings and for the public who are here, I think that we should take it myself. I think it's very disruptive. And I don't think I think there's other ways they can communicate with us. I know it's one more, but I mean, if we have 2-3 ways that they can communicate, how many do we really need? It was one thing when they couldn't come here and people weren't here, but now when they're here and we disrupt them with what they're saying, I don't think it's fair to them or to at least the 3 of us, if it doesn't bother you there. I mean, I don't hear them at all when he's talking to someone. And then many times we have to tell them to turn down their thing. And then sometimes Chet's gone and I have to answer it and try to handle that. And so if we don't have to do it, I would rather they send an email or send a letter if they can't make it. Because I do think it creates too much I mean, since we don't have to do it, I guess. But then I didn't like the video either, so. and we have to do that. Okay.
I was trying to think of a solution. I don't know how we could say that the call-ins came at the end of anyone who was here. We don't hear it down at this end, but I can understand fully why that would be totally disruptive up there. And you are right, we do have to say, can you turn down your computer or your TV or whatever it is they've got in the background radio? So unless we found a way to either cue it, if it was queued and could wait until the public had finished, you wouldn't have to answer it. If there was a message on it that said, yes, you're in the queue.
I could see if we can modify our phone system and/or instead of public ringing, light up.
Yeah, so that you don't have to answer it and talk.
Yeah, 'cause that's the most.
It's the talking.
Yeah, but even today, we had to wait till the person who was already done talking was finished talking with the whatever second delay it was, before this person would even talk.
Yeah, exactly.
The number of people online determines how long the delay is. So today, it probably was fairly lengthy. I'm guessing a lot of people watching online.
But I don't think it's essential.
Right.
It's one of those things, if it's too expensive to alter the system, then.
Well, let me see if I can get some research and come back Tuesday night and talk about it. And then you can make a decision.
Yeah.
But I think there's agreement that we do not broadcast committee meetings.
Right.
Yeah.
So
Go ahead.
the other thing to just be thinking about, we're not gonna make a decision right now, is we could, I don't know how you decide which letters to read, but if somebody wanted to call, have the option of their letter be read. But then, like today, my gosh, we could have been reading 150 letters, so I'm not sure. That's just to think about.
Well, right, but we do, I mean, I think most of us read the letters that come in, and then they're also put on if other people want to read them.
They're posted on the
Yes,
website.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, so
They're there.
I'm just talking about
Yeah,
everyone calling
The
in.
only ones that are posted are the ones that wish to have it as part of public comment. Because not everyone wants their letters posted. So unless they say public comment.
Right.
Then you're not posted.
Right.
well, that makes sense.
Yeah.
It does make sense. I wondered why I only saw some of
Yeah,
the ones
that's-
that I'd read.
Yeah, because some people say, well, how come my letter wasn't posted? Well, you didn't ask to be posted. I always remind people, if you wish to be posted, please state that. 'Cause if not, you may want to just express your views prior to the commissioners.
Well, we have a week to think about it,
Yeah.
so.
And I'll check with the technology.
Yeah, we'll leave this on the agenda for next week to discuss it. All right, so then that would bring us to the American Rescue. Plan.
Yeah, just very quickly, you probably saw ad in this week's Enterprise. The deadline is August 13th. We're asking people to submit no more than 3 pages. We don't need a full explanation. We just want an overview. And I said 3 pages max. If they have a summary, 1 page, perfect, but simply asking what's your idea, approximately how much financial commitment is there. And they do have to meet one of the 5 categories: public health, economic hardship, essential workers, public sector revenue, water, sewer, and broadband infrastructure. So this will be, it's on our webpage. You'll be seeing more of those ads. There's a notice sent out and April 13th or August 13th, and by then we'll have a better idea what the requests are. This way, everyone will have a chance to submit their thoughts and ideas and proposals.
Just so we're all on the same page, I've been telling people that these funds are not appropriate for milfoil. Water means drinking water, doesn't mean your lake water free of weeds. Does everybody agree with that?
I don't.
Let's wait till see the final rules are out and get clarification.
Pardon?
Part of the challenge is, and it's a great topic, because you can interpret the rules many different ways. And so you could have 5 people reading the rules and have 5 different opinions on what is eligible and not eligible. And that's the biggest frustration these county administrators are having. Give us some clearer clarification. We may get it, we may not get it. It's hard to say at this point.
Well, and with that scenario, if you have a business that is operating along the lake, a boat rental or whatever, and the growth of the milfoil could be a hardship on them and their business. So what happens if you get a customer or a business owner that says, hey, you know, if this isn't eradicated, it would be a hardship. I don't know.
But aren't these other hardships related to COVID?
Yes, but that is up for debate. And once again, it's tough, even at the federal level. There's a group that wants to have it directly to COVID. There's another group saying this is up to the counties to make that decision, how they wish to allocate that money, what best suits their needs. It's not up to the federal government to determine that. They allow the funding. Local government should have the choice how they spend the money, very flexible. So it's different than the last time where we had to submit in advance and get reimbursed. We have half the money here. We just somebody report how we spent it. But is there going to be a book that's going to tell us exactly what we can do and can't do? No, there's going to be gray areas. And that's why we're trying to, MAC is working on it, the National Association of Counties working and trying to get as much guidelines as we can, see if there's consensus. But I can tell you from being on those discussions with federal officials and state officials, there's not complete agreement on how you interpret those rules. So the rules aren't even finalized yet.
The other point that I want to make is, you know, those same business owners along the lake, if something should happen to the dam, they would lose their business. It's a hardship. So maybe those dollars should be used to maintain the dam. I mean, you can create all kinds of scenarios, you know.
I hope, Commissioner Elmore, you're right. I hope you're right that it's not for that, but I don't want to say that it for sure is.
It doesn't, it's not good in the spirit of the fund.
No, it's not. Well, either way, we have to be careful on how we spend those funds.
And that's why I think all kinds of, everyone's taking a very cautious approach until the guidelines come out. Because there still is a public input is available, I think, through July 31st. So it could be the ton of rules that came out in May.
The ones I'm studying?
The ones you're studying could be completely changed in September. So it's hard to say at this point.
All right. Now that brings us to the 2022 budget.
Yeah, just a quick update. Thank you for everyone getting their schedules to me. It's like a big jigsaw puzzle, but I actually found 2 dates that I think will work. The ones I sent out. So our first meeting will be July 28th at 9 o'clock in the morning. Jen and Michelle, our staff, are working to get those packages done and the books done, because as you know, that is a tremendous amount of work. And so they're working on that on a daily basis. So July 28th, we'll give you the books. Normally done that first meeting and just give an overview what's in the packet and the unique budget requests that are not part of the normal budget process. And then the other date is, I believe, is August 12th. Thursday, August 12th at 9 o'clock. And I think all of you are available for those dates. And then those dates, we'll look at future meeting dates on those dates, as we always try to find 2 days in advance for the next 2 meetings. So please bring your calendar.
I don't know if Chairman Bennett knows this, but I know Chet does, but I will not be available on the 28th. But since it's just distribution of books and overview, I'll watch it and I'll I'll come up and pick up my material.
Thank you. Sorry you can't make it.
And really,
Well,
when you look at the calendar, all of you are very, very busy people.
Yes, yeah. I was looking at the 29th, which was on the sheet, not the 28th. But I'm glad it worked for everybody and we should move forward.
Any other comments? All right, so that brings us review of financials.
Jen, I had just one thing I was wondering about on page 18 of our claims and accounts. We had True North Counseling and Child Care Fund, it looks like they did an all-inclusive wilderness therapy trip to South Manitou Island. It's coming up. Do you know how many kids is that?
I do not know how many. I can check with Joe Povolo on how many, if it's just one or if it's more than one. I don't think that the invoice states, I think Sarah put exactly what was on the invoice there. So we can check with Mr. Povolo on if it's more than one.
Yeah, and then do we have staff going with them, or are they turned over to a group that does this camp? Or I was just curious about how all that's going to work too.
I know just a little bit about True North, just from my personal experience. It is a counselor that the county has been utilizing. And what I'm aware of is that it's a one-man kind of counselor thing, and so Mr. Povolo can let us know if there is more than one, or if it's gonna be a one-on-one session at the island.
Okay.
So we'll ask.
All right, thank you. I think that was really the only thing I was wondering about.
Any other questions? All right, then we'll move on, and any special reports? Commissioner Wilson.
Laurel did send out, but I wanted to remind people, as your representative to the Community Mental Health Board, there is a public hearing. Community mental health financing is changing a lot in the state, and they're facing some pretty serious financial challenges. And if you were interested in that, that will be July 21, 1 o'clock to 3 o'clock, online, public hearing with a budget overview.
Seems like that's been a problem. They've been just keep cutting their budget ever since I've been on. It's amazing. Commissioner Walsh.
Well, is that the board that we got locked into?
Yes.
Yeah, so we had been funding basically above what we were asked, or we were getting everything we'd been asked till early 2000s. And then before we knew it, we got locked into that amount. So it's no longer mandatory. So by this meeting, will we have the ability to say, we want that to be more flexible? Or?
I can ask that question and send it, I'll ask that question at Thursday's meeting.
Okay. Yeah.
That formula was set.
I just don't like being locked into, we'd always given them what they wanted, and all of a sudden they're like, yeah, because we didn't say, no, we locked you into that amount, and suddenly we have no, it's like taxation, basically. Well, we have representation, but the taxation's there, there's nothing to do about it,
I
so.
believe the state set that formula, and in this whole region, we were number 2 behind Grand Traverse County in terms of our.
And we're one of the tiniest counties, and that is because we had always been very generous. And we got stuck for it, basically, so.
Yeah, but they don't want us to reduce it.
Well, I'm sure they don't want us to reduce it, but it's not fair.
Yeah.
It's not a fair funding mechanism right now.
But serious challenges and some concern as a county that we're not getting some of our needs met. Especially for the students and adult impaired individuals.
And what are our numbers compared to other counties as far as service and survey?
We got that in the annual report.
Okay.
And it's always in that, but I don't have that on the top of my head.
We're a much smaller county. I would think that, our numbers cannot possibly be as high as other counties that have a much larger population. But as Commissioner Lautner says, we're paying much more. And why aren't we getting that service?
And it's the same service. We're just paying more for it.
Well, that brings us then to public comment. Oh, go ahead, I'm sorry.
So, no, I just wanted to say, yesterday was the Networks Northwest Executive Committee meeting, and I shared what we were doing in Leelanau County in terms of our ARP funds. And people were very interested in that and thought it was a good way to have public input. And I think some of them were saying, gee, we ought to be doing that too. So it'll be interesting to see who carries it forward. But there was a point made that I had not focused on. And that is we get our monies automatically at the county level from the ARP funds. That's not true for the townships. They have to apply.
And they were concerned that there's a lot of money being left on the table because some townships are small and they just don't want to go through the hassle of doing it, which means that those dollars will go elsewhere, because they will revert back to the state, as I understand it, and then be placed wherever the state feels they're needed or at the state itself. So Networks Northwest staff is willing to assist any township that needs help. Also, I think they were trying to encourage that we reach out to our respective townships and just ask, are you applying? Do you need some help with this? And just to be sure that those dollars do stay in Leelanau County and get utilized. So I thought that was an important takeaway.
I can tell you the last round, several counties, townships did not take advantage, even though they just had to submit receipts. They chose not to do it, so decision. We are, not to pat ourselves on the back, I think the only county in northern Michigan that has actually have a plan on how we're asking for input. I got the idea from downstate. Downstate counties are doing this. Here, we may be the only one that has gone proactive and started the process.
From what I heard yesterday, we are, because that seemed like a unique thing to people.
Mr. Walker.
As far as recycling goes, there are 2 collections still this year for household hazardous waste and electronics. September 13th in Shawnee-Town and October 16th in Elmwood. The Leland Township has moved forward on the Pop Road recycling site, so that should start moving forward. They've got just a few stipulations such as fencing to catch blowing debris and that sort of thing. So that could help in the timeliness, because we're having a lot of problems with a lot of our sites with just trash left behind, our recycling sites. And Solon Township Board is extremely unhappy with it. American Waste has been doing their best to get right in there, and at their cost, they take away the toys and the lawn chairs and the TVs and the paint and the kitchen sinks. And I don't know how much longer they'll be doing that, but Solon's pretty tired of it, and regardless of the size. So we're trying to get cameras, and so Solon's going to be the first site to be experimental on some new cameras. And hopefully we can start catching some of these people, and maybe if they get fined heftily a few times, some of that will stop, because it's a few people ruining it for everyone. And Chet touched on today the park. We did spend that money to get that park cleaned up over at Miles Kimberly, the trails cleaned up in the woods. And you mentioned the disc golf course, but also the Pat Hobbins Trail is open too. And I think we got more than our money's worth out of that, the company that did that for us. It's really quite nice. It's a lot of work. And so we're really happy about that. Also, well, I'll mention it in July. Go ahead. We are in July. We have that's how my summer's going. August 1st is the Old Settlers Picnic at the Old Settlers Park. Great picnic.
They're gonna do food trucks?
I haven't heard, because we didn't have a July Parks meeting, so
I
maybe check.
I just happened to know some of the food trucks, so I called them and I talked to David, and the 2 of them were trying to work it out, so I don't know, at least I gave them each other's phone numbers.
Good.
There was one gentleman that was interested in having this.
Yeah.
Truck there.
So I was just gonna make the comment, if you've got people that are dumping that kind of trash at our recycle bins, and if we attempt to stop that, which I'm not saying we shouldn't, but those same people will probably be those people who will dump in our woods and, different places, so.
Yep, you're right. We discussed that too.
Yeah.
Yep.
Commissioner Slaughter.
Just to tag on to recycling, I should mention that American Waste sent a letter to Trudy Gallus indicating that as of the 19th, of this month, they are going to stop emptying those bins. The problem is
Do you mean the
that
ones in Leland?
the Leland site,
They got
yes.
stuck.
The problem is, they're now, the Munoz and Grosvenor's were very generous in extending the opportunity to continue, but they do have cars, long cars in there, so it's difficult for them to get to the bins. They're sometimes emptying only 2 of the 4, but more a problem. They have to go into the lot and there are deep ruts that are beginning, it's not heavily gravelled, so there's deep ruts that are beginning to be developed, and pulling one of those trucks out is, I think Trudy said, about $500. So they're not eager to do that. I reached out to Brennan Mullane, our manager for the road commission, and we chatted, and I said, would it be possible if they stay on the road for American Waste to dump from the Edwards Street instead of going into the parking lot? If they can figure out how to do that with the bins, not to go back and forth, breaking down the sides of the road, but remaining on the roads. And so he went out to see the site. He hasn't gotten back to me yet, but I'm sure he will, today or tomorrow, and let me know if that's possible. And Trudy said she would send someone from American Waste out to check to see if it's possible, if we can reconfigure the way those are oriented. So we might be able to continue that service until Pop Road is operational, but we'll have to see.
Yeah, it's a sand pit. As Patricia said, they have one of their trucks buried and it cost them $500 to get it pulled out. The lot's a mess right now.
No, yeah, and I'd just like to thank commissioners for passing the airport authority. I think, there's been a lot of work gone into that, and they really do appreciate it, and I appreciate that everybody's supporting that in the end. So I can get that accomplished.
We were trusting you. This is a good thing.
Yeah, no, it is a good thing. It will be, and if you notice, the flights and everything are improving. They're talking about adding on, additional gates. I mean, it's really becoming popular, whether that's good or bad. It is affecting the airport greatly. And we also have a person from Gaylord who's on the board now. And he comes over for the meetings, which I thought is really something. Because I thought they would pick someone, Antrim or Wexford or something. Gaylord is where they pick the person from.
That's because we service those areas. We service, a lot of people don't realize that, but a lot of people come over from Alpena even to fly out of Cherry Capital. Our area is growing, and so the airport is growing along with the community. And I do believe there's going to be a couple more a couple more airlines that come in, but we're going to expand that area where people depart from, adding new facilities within the building there. So it's just going to continue to grow.
All right, any more public commission comment? All right, so then that would bring us to public comment. If you are available, it's 231-256-8109. 231-256-8109. So if there are any other commissioner comments at this time. Sure.
Since we're waiting, just one, and that is, I'm really glad we're going to continue the live streaming of our meetings. Last night at the Leelanau Township Board meeting, there were a number of topics that I touched on that people were interested in, but I knew a number of them who were interested wouldn't be able to come. So I did mention that for now, we were continuing, and I was hopeful that we would continue to do that. I think it gives people an opportunity to see, and select through and pick out what they're interested in and hear firsthand what went on. So thank you, board members, for agreeing to that and to Chad for suggesting it.
All right, and seeing no public comment, then we would go to approval of financials.
I would recommend approval of claims and accounts, $94,715.47.
Support. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign.
I would recommend approval of post audit, $1,836,757.76.
Support. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, the same sign. Motion passes 6-0.